And board members, did everyone get this morning? There was a third. There was a third exhibit that that was sent by the district for the first matter, which is Taft cleaners. Just want to make sure everyone has that.
The purchase order you're talking about? I mean, not the estimate.
Am I missing something? We got proposed conditions this morning, but I might be missing something as well. So before we could
Yes, and the conditions.
everything. When was the exhibit you're talking about?
It came with all the emails. There was a one which was the estimate for Taft cleaners from Joanne Sales, and the other attachment was the variance condition from district for Taft cleaners.
Is this Taft cleaners? Oh, okay, I see. All
and we
right.
also got superior cleaners too, so other information.
Hold on, I have to save it and just print it. And board members, make sure you also, if you also have missed anything. Let's see. Okay. We'll take a moment between matters to make sure that we have everything. I'll make sure you have everything for Taft before we go on.
Okay, so we are recording, just to let you know anytime.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna call it in 1 second. I'm just gonna grab this off.
No rush.
Okay. Good morning. The hearing board of the South Coast Air Quality Management District is in session. Today is January 12th, 2021. The time is 9:05 a.m. and we are meeting remotely via Zoom, given the current pandemic and the stay-at-home orders in place in the state of California. We have two matters on the agenda for today, and we're going to take them in order as they are on the agenda. So we're going to begin with Taft Cleaners, which is case number 6190-1 for a regular variance. And then we will follow that up with Superior Cleaners, case number 5842-2, which is for an interim variance. So beginning with Taft Cleaners, who is here today representing Taft Cleaners, the petitioner?
Good morning. My name is Michael Shani. I'm the managing person. It's a family-run store. My dad established this cleaners in 1982.
1 second, Mr. Kolshani. I'm going to take all your statements in just a moment. I just wanted to get for the record who's representing each party. So can you just spell your name for the record, Mr. Kolshani?
Sure. My name is Mike, M-I-K-E. Last name Golshani, G-O-L-S-H-A-N-I.
Sorry, I said it with a C. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to just ask who is representing the executive officer for the district today.
Good morning. This is Erica Chavez, Deputy District Counsel, representing the executive officer, and I am joined by my colleague this morning.
Good morning, Ms. Chavez. And who? Oh,
good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. This is Catherine Roberts. I'll be assisting with the variance this morning on behalf of the executive officer. Thank you.
Two new faces in the dry cleaner cases. Thank you. All right. First of all, Mr. Golshani, I wanted to, well, before I do that, is the other petitioner who is file for the interim in the second matter, which is, which is Superior Cleaners. Is that petitioner also present?
Madam Chair, I don't see him presently in the Zoom. We can reach out to him while Taft is being heard. If possible, if we could get an estimate for how long we think Taft might last so that we could provide that with him and assist him with any getting on the Zoom meeting as needed.
I'm not sure if we can do that, but let's try. Mr. Golshani, do you have any idea of how much you wish to say and how long it might take?
I don't have much to say. I just wanted to give you a little history about our.
And we'll do that in a minute. I just want to get an estimate, but we'll ask you a lot of questions.
5 to 10 minutes. Very simple.
And then, Ms. Chavez, are you planning on calling any witnesses, or is it just that if there are questions from the board?
Yes, that's correct. I was not planning on affirmatively calling any witnesses, but if there are questions available or questions from the hearing board, then I will make a witness available.
Okay, so I'm going to say probably maybe an hour would be my earliest guess. So probably we would not hear that matter before 10 o'clock. Thank you, Ms. Roberts, for asking that. So first of all, Mr. Golshani, let's just, recently I've been trying to introduce the board members so that we can tell you a little bit about how the process will work this morning. And so you know who the 5 board members are because we are in a Zoom call. So I am Julie Prusak, and I am the chair and an attorney member for the hearing board. Also with us is the vice chair and engineer member, Mr. Mohan Balagopalan. Also with us is the Honorable Nate Holden, who is a member of the board. Also with us is Ms. Cynthia Verdugo Peralta, a member of the board, and Dr. Alan Bernstein, who is the medical member of the board. So 5 members of the board. And how this will work is it's a lot like a judicial hearing, except we will assist you since you're not an attorney. And essentially what I will do is I'll come to you first for just a brief opening statement of what your position is today and what you wish for the board, what relief you're looking for from the board. And then I'm going to go to Ms. Chavez, who is going to give us the district's position in a short opening statement. Then I'll go immediately right back to you if you want to fill in any more information that you'd like us to know. And we'll ask, Ms. Chavez will ask questions and we will ask questions. And then we'll proceed from there, and we're going to deliberate and make a decision today right here on the Zoom call. So before we start, because we are like a court of law, we do swear in witnesses, and all of your statements will be under oath. So I'm going to ask anyone else who may testify today to also please turn on their cameras. And if you can raise your right hand, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I will.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that, first of all, there's a number of documents, and we are going to mark those documents and put them in the record. The first is a document for petitioner, which is an estimate from Jovens Sales, Inc., and that's dated the 7th of January. And we're going to mark that as exhibit number 1 for petitioner. We also have 3 documents for the district. The first is, an email from Ms. Chavez to Mike. I assume that's you, Mr.
Yes.
Golshani?
Yes.
Okay. To Mr. Golshani on December 31st, 2020. And that email by itself is going to be marked as Exhibit A, as in apple. And then with that is the declaration of Mr. Mark Vonderow. And we're going to mark that declaration as Exhibit B, as in boy. And finally, we have respondents' proposed variance conditions, which are very welcome, thank you. And we're going to mark that as Exhibit C as in Charlie. Okay, I think that's all for this matter. And so, Mr. Galshani, we're going to begin with you. If you want to give us a brief, just opening statement of your position today.
Sure. Again, our business started in 1982. My dad started the business. Unfortunately, because of old age, he passed away 10 days ago. You know, our business, we've always been in compliance with all the laws and the rules of AQMD. We did install a secondary a carbon filter unit to our machine. A request from the board is an extension.
I'm sorry, I think you froze at some point after you said you had carbon. You were talking about your machine, and then you.
Yeah, we can you hear me okay now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we installed, this goes back about 10 years ago. We installed a secondary carbon filtration unit.
You seem to be freezing at that same point. Okay, so the carbon filtration unit, and what year did you install that?
Approximately about 10 years ago. I don't have the exact date. But the main reason for this hearing is that the pandemic really hit us hard as far as our business goes. We had some counter business, and we did some majority of our business was the hotel industry, the hotel business, and the hotel industry has gotten a huge hit with the pandemic, which turned over to us as far as our business dropping about 92%. Same with our counter business. So the reason for the variance that I applied for is to get an extension and to locate a machine and locate the funding, which I'm hoping by end of March or middle of April should be done.
Thank you. And we'll come back to you, Mr. Galshani, in a moment. But I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Chavez for your opening, please.
Thank you. And good morning, Chair Prusek and members of the board. Good morning, Mr. Galshani from Taft Clean. And before you this morning is a petition for a regular variance seeking relief from Rule 1421. Rule 1421 was amended in 2002 to prohibit use of a PERC dry cleaning system after December 31st, 2020. As we are now in January 2021, the rule's deadline has now expired. As stated by my colleagues at previous hearings, the district is reviewing such petitions on a case-by-case basis. The district has reviewed the Taft Cleaners variance petition, and I have spoken with Mr. Galshani of Taft Cleaners on 2 occasions, once on January 6th and again yesterday on January 11th. I share the district concerns that first, petitioner had notice of the rule but has not shown that Taft Cleaners would have been able to comply with the December 31st deadline, but for the financial loss suffered this year due to the pandemic. Also, petitioner's original machine permit is from 1998, making the PERC machine at least 22 years old. Third, petitioner has requested a 1-year variance, but has not identified a path to compliance at this time. There has been no secured funding or a purchase agreement yet. I invited Mr. Galshani to provide any additional information evidencing a path to compliance in preparation for this hearing. Since that time, Mr. Galshani has produced 1 compliant machine proposal in writing, which I believe the board has received. although this proposal is dated after the rule's December 31st, 2020 deadline. My understanding is that Mr. Galshani has also talked to other vendors and looked into funding from the district and from the Small Business Administration as well. I did share with Mr. Galshani that should the hearing board be able to make the 6 findings required for a variance, that he should be prepared to discuss limiting conditions. We also discussed excess admission fees. The district is not alleging that Taft Cleaners had a negative compliance history. The district has not issued any notices of violation to Taft Cleaners in the last 5 years. The district looks forward to hearing further evidence and testimony from Mr. Galshani, and at this point, the district will reserve its position subject to evidence and testimony we hear today. The district does not intend to call any witnesses today, but as in prior hearings, the district has available staff from engineering, Ms. Shannon Lee, who is familiar with the Taft Cleaners perk machine and permit history. She can give testimony to the toxic characterization of perk at this facility using a Tier 3 assessment. She can also testify to the increase in cancer risk based on an estimate of 10 gallons of perk used a year, should the board decide to grant a variance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And before we begin, Mr. Galshani, I'm just going to share my screen with you so that you can see what the findings are that this board needs to make. And hopefully you can all see this. This is the Health and Safety Code, section 42352. And this lays out the 6 findings that we, oh, sorry, this is the wrong part. Okay, these are the 6 findings that the board needs to make. First of all, that you are in violation of a rule, which is clear since it's 1421 and it's past the December 31st deadline. This is where we spend a lot of our time looking, and that is that we need to be able to find that your inability to comply right now and your non-compliance is due to conditions beyond your reasonable control. And so what we're looking at is, as Ms. Chavez talked about, is what have you done in order to, before now, to try to make sure you are in compliance by the deadline of December 31st, 2020. There are other findings we need to make, but I'm gonna come back to them in just a moment, because I want to talk about additional considerations that we need to make when we're making our beyond reasonable control finding. First of all, this is a general rule of thumb. This is also in the Health and Safety Code of California. It's 42352.5. And it says that in determining whether or not conditions exist which are beyond the reasonable control of the petitioner, the hearing board shall consider the extent to which petitioner took actions to comply or seek a variance, which were timely and reasonable under the circumstances. And in so doing, the hearing board shall consider actions taken by the petitioner since the adoption of the rule, regulation, or order from which the variance is sought. And so we generally have been looking at the time frame that this rule with the deadline was adopted in 2002. And so prior to the pandemic, what was your plan for being in compliance? And then because you are a small business, we also consider the reasons for any claimed ignorance of the requirement from which the variance is sought. And so if you want to give us information on when you knew of the rule, etc. And also your financial ability to comply. So the hearing board shall make specific inquiries into and shall take into account the petitioner's financial and other capabilities to comply. So those are things we will consider when we're looking at beyond reasonable control. We also want to know, I think it's pretty clear, what would be the impact to your business without a variance. And we're going to weigh that against the addition of perk into the environment and public health, et cetera. Curtailment, and also that you would reduce excess emissions, so those perk emissions, to the maximum extent feasible. And in the past, what we've been looking at is asking those who are seeking variances whether you would, if you got a variance, whether you would very much limit the amount of cleaning, and we have a specific limit, which we will ask you about. And then that has to be monitored. So those are the 6 findings and the considerations that we put into the 6 findings. So I stop
Okay.
my share. And with that, Mr. Golshani, I'm going to turn it back to you for whatever else you would like to inform the board of.
Well, we have reduced our usage for a dry cleaning machine due to the pandemic. You know, we're now on a Monday, Wednesday, Friday work schedule. We had to cut our hours down and our days down, and due to the pandemic, our use of our dry cleaning machine is much lower than normal. And I'm trying to get that even lower. I believe we can go by using our dry cleaning machine probably 1 day per week, and that should reduce the usage by a lot. And our poundage is very little right now. Between daily, probably 15 to 20 pounds per day if we use the dry cleaning machine. As far as prior to the pandemic, I did know about the December 31st ruling. I had some things planned to be compliant, but due to the pandemic, everything was put on hold, and the funding was not available for the December 31st deadline.
Thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to say, or should we send it for questions?
No, I'm ready. I'm ready for questions.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Chavez then for any questions for Mr. Golshani.
Thank you. Mr. Golshani, I believe I heard you take the oath this morning. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And are you the owner of Taft Cleaners?
I'm not the owner. I manage the store. My dad and my parents are the owners. Like I mentioned, my dad passed away. My dad passed away 10 days ago, so I have to legally turn everything to my mom. So I'm in process of doing that also. But I am managing the store. Yes.
I'm very sorry to hear about your loss.
Thank you.
And you said your mother will be taking over ownership of Taft Cleaners?
Yes.
Okay. And your position at Taft Cleaner is?
Management.
Management, operating the store?
Yes.
Okay. And how long has Taft Cleaners been in operation?
Since 1982, February 1982.
And have you been operating the store since 1982?
No, it's been a family business. I have been involved since then, but you know, at the time I was in high school and then college, and like I said, it's family business, so I was in and out all the time. So I'm more involved now.
Okay. And what would you say you began mainly operating Taft Cleaners?
Probably about 10 years ago.
Okay. Okay. And can you confirm that we spoke on January 6th and yesterday, January 11th, to
Yes,
discuss
we
this
did.
case?
Yes.
Okay. And what city is Taft Cleaners located in?
I think he is frozen again. Mr. Golshani, did you hear that question?
I heard about City of the location of the store, City of Orange.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
all I heard.
Okay. Do you know when Taft Cleaners obtained its current perk machine?
Um, 2000, but the machine, the actual machine is labeled 1998, but I think we got it around year 2000.
Okay. If I said you got a permit for the machine in 1998, would that sound correct to you?
I was not involved at the time, so I don't recall.
Okay. But you said that it has a date on it of 1998.
Yes, the label on the machine is 1998.
Okay. And in 2007, you said you had some additional equipment installed. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if it was 2007, but we did add a secondary carbon unit for the when it's in the dry cycle to collect all the perk.
Okay. And do you have any other dry cleaning equipment on site at Taft Cleaners?
No.
No. Okay. And do you know how many gallons of perk that Taft Cleaners is permitted to use a year per your permit?
I believe 35 gallons
35. Okay.
per year.
And prior to the pandemic, can you provide an estimate of how many gallons of perk a year that Taft Cleaners was using?
It was between 30 and 35 gallons per year prior.
Okay. And can you give us an estimate of how many pounds of clothes Taft Cleaners was processing prior to the pandemic?
We were doing about 1,300 to 1,500 a month.
Okay. And when did you last purchase perk?
1 second. It was February 13th, 2020.
Okay. And do you have perk remaining still?
Only in the machine.
Oh, you have none left outside of the machine.
No.
Okay.
And I think I only purchased 25 gallons. Only 25 gallons from last February.
Okay. Can you give us an estimate of how much of your business relies on use of the perk machine?
Recently, because of the new fabrics and it's mainly been wet cleaning. Percentage-wise, I don't know, but it's not much. But you know, when we get 100% wool suits and wool sweaters and things like that, we cannot wash those, so those have to be dry cleaned.
Okay. Can you tell us how your business has been impacted by the pandemic?
I mentioned earlier, our business has dropped about 92%. Huge drop.
And you mentioned that you lost quite a bit of hotel business.
Well, we didn't lose the hotel business. We still have the accounts, but the hotels, their occupancy rates have dropped by 95%. You know, we deal with the Anaheim Marriott, which is 1,030 rooms. Due to Disneyland being closed, they're getting anywhere from 18 to 30 rooms per day occupied. So it's a huge hit in the Anaheim area. Also other hotels. We also service hotels in Newport Beach and Rent Spectrum and all the hotels, because nobody's traveling. There's no need for hotels at this point. So most hotels, their occupancy rates are anywhere between 5 to 10% occupancy, which is extremely low.
And what about your counter business?
Our counter business has dropped also. One reason is we lessened our days of operation to 3 days a week. And we also had a fire in our shopping center in April, which we were lucky. We didn't have any fire damage at our store, but we had water and smoke damage, which kind of hit our business pretty bad, because for 3 months we couldn't clean anything, or whatever we cleaned in our store, we had to have it stored outside of the store because of smoke damage and the odor, smoke odor. But our counter business is also down about 90%.
Are you saying you incurred an additional loss of business during those 3 months after the fire?
Yes.
And that's a result of you having to store the clothes somewhere else?
Yes. We everything that we cleaned, we had to have it stored outside the store, because the smoke fumes would get collected on the fabrics, on the clothes. So we had to store them outside.
But you were still able to do cleaning at your store during this time?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And how, let's see. You mentioned that you are now doing more wet cleaning because you're seeing different fabrics. Can you tell us more about that?
We are majority of the fabrics these days, they're polyester mixed with cotton or other ingredients, which allow us to wet clean the items, and they come out fine. Like I mentioned, our main dry cleaning would be on 100% wool items, and delicate silk fabrics, things like that, which isn't as much as before.
Okay. What days were you operating before the pandemic?
We were operating Monday through Friday.
And what were your hours?
We were at
I believe Mr. Golshani is, you froze after that question. So if you could repeat your answer.
Sure. We are right now we're open Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 7:30 to 4, closed Tuesdays and Thursdays.
And prior to the pandemic, you were open Monday through Friday?
Monday through Friday. Saturdays we didn't run the machines, but we were.
You were frozen after Monday through Friday you were open, and then you started to mention you didn't run the machines on Saturday. If you could just finish that.
And our hours of operation was 7:30 to 6:30 Monday through Friday, and 9 to 5 on Saturday.
Okay, thank you. And have you laid off any employees as a result of the pandemic?
Yes, we had to. Yes.
What is that number?
We about half. We had 80 employees. Now we have 4, and those are part-time also, just because of we had to cut the hours.
Okay. Can you provide us with an estimate of how many gallons of perk that Taft Cleaners has been using while the pandemic has been ongoing?
I'm guessing in our dry cleaning machine, I'm guessing there's about 25 gallons.
Okay. Or can you give us an estimate of how many pounds of clothes Taft Cleaners has been processing now during the pandemic?
During the pandemic. One second. Approximately between 150 to 180 pounds a month.
Okay. And are you currently operating your perk machine as of this year?
No, not as of this year. We have a friend of ours that that has a cleaners close by. We've been outsourcing, waiting for this hearing.
Okay. And when did you stop operating your machine?
I believe December 29th, I believe, was our last day.
Okay. And you said you stopped because you're waiting for this hearing?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had any district inspectors visit you this year?
In January
Yes.
of this year, 2021? No.
Okay. And you said that you're taking these clothes to a friend. What is the name and location of the business that you're taking them?
It's Emerald Cleaners. They're in Anaheim Hills, which is about 10 minutes away from us. I don't have the address on me right now.
Okay. Do you have, and you said they were a friend, do you have an agreement with them?
No, just a friendship. We've helped them when their machines were down in the past years, so they're helping us right now.
Okay. And do you know what type of dry cleaning machine that they are using currently?
They use a hydrocarbon.
Okay. And what's the turnaround time for dry cleaning when you take it to them?
It's a quick couple hours
Okay.
per load. You know, a couple hours per load. Usually it's one load.
Are you close by to this other dry cleaners?
We're about 10 minutes away.
Okay. When you receive customers, do you disclose to them that you're taking their dry cleaning to Emerald Cleaners?
No, because we still process in here. We just do the cleaning at the other cleaners. We still process everything here at the store.
Okay. Okay. Have you been issued any notices of violation in the last 5 years?
No.
Okay. And are you current on all your permit fees?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you about your familiarity with Rule 1421. Are you a part of any dry cleaner association or organization?
No.
Okay. And are you familiar with, well, actually, you said earlier that you were familiar with Rule 1421 ahead of the deadline.
Yes.
Do you recall when you first became aware of Rule 1421?
End of 2019. 2020, we were getting more notifications during the 2020 year.
Are you saying that you didn't know of the the December 31st, 2019 deadline, December 31st, 2020 deadline prior to 2019?
I may have, I don't recall.
Okay. Do you know if your father, being the owner of Taft Cleaners, was aware of Rule 1421?
I don't know. Maybe he was, I don't know. But we were, as of 2019 to early 2020, we were planning on changing our machine until the pandemic happened.
Okay. Do you recall that Taft Cleaners was inspected by the district in 2019 around May?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall discussing Rule 1421 with the inspector?
No.
No, okay. But you said you received letters from the district in 2019 and 2019 and 2020.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. Did you receive my email that I sent to you on December 31st with Mr. Mark Bonderaw's declaration and the attached letters?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you recall seeing those letters when they were sent originally?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Chair, I would just like to move these exhibits into evidence.
You're moving exhibit B into evidence? A and B?
A and B, yes.
Okay. And I assume, Mr. Gulshani, that you do not have any objection. Those are the email that you said you received from Ms. Chavez and the declaration of Mr. Mark Bondero that was.
Yes, I have those.
Okay.
I did get the emails and I have the declaration.
And do you have any objection to moving that into evidence so we can consider them?
No.
Okay. Exhibits A and B are in evidence.
Thank you.
Did you have no other questions, Ms. Chavez?
Yes, 1 second, please.
Oh, sorry. Mhm.
Okay, Mr. Galshani, you said that you and your father were preparing to comply with the rule. Can you tell us prior to the pandemic, you were preparing to comply with the rule. Can you tell us what actions you and your father were taking in order to be compliant by the deadline?
I mean, we were looking into different machineries, speaking to different people to get it done by then. Other than that, it was too far back. This is prior to the pandemic. We still had a few months to get it done, but just looking into different machinery, different solvents. That's pretty much as far as we took it. And the reason was being that we had 10, 12 months to deal with it until the pandemic happened.
Okay, and have you entered into any purchase agreements for a non-perk machine at this time?
Not a purchase agreement, just estimates and proposals.
Okay, and you have received at least one proposal for a non-perk machine, correct?
Yes.
Okay, have you received any others?
I'm waiting. There's a company, out-of-state company that I was speaking to. They're supposed to be sending me another proposal, but no purchase orders have been signed.
Okay. The proposal you did submit is dated January 7th, 2021. Were there any other proposals received prior to the January 1st, 2021?
Going back to December 2019, January 2020. I did have some proposals, but I don't have those with me right now.
You had received them in writing originally?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Golshani, can you say, just to clarify, was that January, what year that you received proposals?
2020, January 2020, and prior to that, 2019.
Okay, thank you.
And after January 2020, had you received any proposals during that time period up until January 7, 2021?
I had a couple from the same company, actually. And this was, I apologize. But I don't have any on me. It's a months back, and I don't have the copies. I can't locate the copies right now.
Okay. Do you intend to move forward with the proposal that you did submit to the board today?
I am willing to go forward. I'm also looking at other machineries. I'm looking at some other machineries also.
Okay. What types of machines are you looking at?
Mainly hydrocarbon machineries.
Okay.
I did look into K4 from information I got from different people. There wasn't that much difference between K4 and hydrocarbon solvent. So I think we're gonna follow through with hydrocarbon machinery.
Okay. And have you sought out funding for your machine? I know you said you have started looking at machines, but what about the funding side of
Yeah,
it?
the funding has been started. SBA loan, I think they gave us 3 to 6 weeks that they're going to get back to us. We do have a line of credit also, but it's only for $30,000, which doesn't cover. But I can negotiate with the company that's selling the machine. Maybe we pay half, and they can give us a loan for the other half. So we would be making payments directly to them. We've done that before with the company, different companies where they actually give us a loan instead of a bank or banking institution.
The company that you're purchasing the machine from would give you a
Yeah.
loan.
So if we can't get any kind of SBA loan or any other, we can use our line of credit for half the amount, and they can cover the other half.
Okay. And can you tell us more about the SBA loan? You said you would hear from them. When did you apply for this SBA loan?
Before the new year, it's in process. They're asking for different documents with my dad passing away. We may have to restart that, but I don't think so, because they're giving the loan to the business history. So I have to see where that goes, but it's in process.
Do you remember what day you started the process?
I believe right before the holiday, between Christmas and New Year's, December 27, 28.
Okay, just recently.
Recently, yes.
Okay, and what about any bank loans? Have you inquired to any banks?
No, I don't think it's needed, but if we have to, I will.
Okay, and have you reached out to the district to hear or to see about the funding that they might provide for a compliant machine?
Yes, I read part of the declaration. There's funding, but the funding that they offer is for CO2 machines, and wet cleaning machines, and the CO2 machines. My mechanic said there's been issues with fires. I believe he told me there's a Four Season Cleaners that their machine caught on fire. I think it's in the valley. It was in the valley, and he was telling me that not too many manufacturers manufacture that machine, that particular machine, the CO2 machine. So it's not easy to get those machines.
Okay.
So I don't think there's any funding through AQMD for the hydrocarbon machine that we were looking to get.
Okay. Mr. Golshani, if you are not granted a variance today, how will this affect your business?
It will give us time to comply. That's one good thing. And our business, I mean, we're pushing to get more business in many different ways. But what it's going to affect is to be able to clean everything at the site and have everything done at the site. Makes it a little bit easier for us to conduct business.
Okay, and if you are not granted a variance, what would be your plan going forward?
Well, we have to take the dry cleaning portion to a different cleaners to get it done, to get the cleaning done, and I would have to jump on getting another machine in here. But the funding is the issue right now, to be able to get the funding.
Okay. If you were to be granted a variance today, are you aware of the excess submission fees that you would be charged for every day of operation?
Yes, I believe I heard it's $40 a day.
Okay, and I believe you stated in your petition that you are a small business, so you would qualify for a small business exemption.
Yes.
Do you recall discussing with me that a possible condition to a variance is an 800 pounds of clothing limit during the length of the variance?
Yes, I heard that, and that should be fine with us. I don't think we're doing that many poundage on dry cleaning. So the 800 pound limit, we can comply with the 800 pound limit.
Okay. And yesterday I submitted proposed conditions to the clerk with this 800 pound limit. Did you get a chance to review my email?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And have you been keeping records of your perk usage?
I have been. I haven't done the calculations, but I have. Yes, I have been. We do keep record of the poundage.
Okay. Madam Chair, may I just have 1 second to confer with staff?
Yes, let's take a few minutes. While we're waiting, I do see that the petitioner for the second matter has joined us as an attendee. And I just want to let the gentleman know that we will not get to your matter by 10. I'm going to estimate that we probably won't get to your matter before 10:30, possibly later, but the earliest 10:30. But please do not leave the hearing, the Zoom meeting, but just continue to keep your microphone off, please, and you can keep your video off as well. And Ms. Chavez, are you prepared now?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Galshani, I believe your permit fees or your permit renewal will be up May 1st, 2021. Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right. Yes.
Okay. And so if a variance were to be granted through the end of April, is that something that you might be able to comply with?
Yes.
Okay, to have a machine in place.
Yes.
And what do you think is the earliest you can have a funding agreement in place?
Funding agreement, I'm not sure. But a purchase order agreement probably by end of January or mid-February.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Board members, question for Mr. Galshani. Mr. Galshani, I had a
Yes.
question about, you are able to continue to work with Emerald Cleaners?
Yes.
Okay, so they have not put any kind of limitation on that.
No, we've worked together with them in past years where, if their machine broke down, they brought stuff to us or vice versa. So it's no problem.
Great. And I just wanted to know a little bit more about any plans you may have had before COVID, the pandemic. And in particular, obviously, you've given us a proposal and we've seen similar proposals. It's quite a lot of money to replace your machinery. So I would think that that's something you need to plan well in advance for. Did you have specific plans in terms of when you were going to begin the process of replacement? What were your more specific plans, and did you have any?
Prior to the pandemic?
Yes.
Prior to the pandemic was get something done by the December 31st deadline. That was the plan.
But what did you think in terms of timing? When did you think you needed to start in earnest reaching out for proposals, financing, and all of that?
Well, we proposals. We were in process back in December of 2019, on to up to February 2020, and the funding. There was no need for the funding at the time because our business was doing enough where we could have take on a machine, but because the business dropped 90 to 92%, that just took all that funding away. That extra money that we had saved up helped us to continue our business up to now. So we're just hanging on, hoping that the business is going to get better.
Thank you. Well, I had one other question, and it just left me for a moment. Okay, so I'll come back to me because I had another question and I've lost it, and I'll go. I see Mr. Alagopalan has questions.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Kolshani, do
Yes.
you own or lease the building where you have your cleaners right now?
We lease.
Lease. And do you have a long-term lease, or is that coming up soon?
We've been in the same location since 1982. I think we're on a month-to-month, but we've been here since 1982. I don't think there's any, never been late on the rents. We have a good relationship with our landlord. So the plan is to stay here for a few more years.
No issues with site contamination, with perk leaking?
Not at all.
How about,
The dry clean machine that we have does have a pan underneath that collects all the, if there's any drops. And since I've been managing, I'm very specific of no spillage, no drops, nothing like that. So there hasn't been any kind of issues like that.
are there any schools nearby your facility?
There's an elementary school, middle school, and a high school. They're all about 3 to 5 miles away.
If the board were to add additional, I know you got some conditions from Ms. Chavez. If the board were to add a condition to say that you only can operate the perk machine once you have a letter of a PO agreement, is that something that would be acceptable for you?
How long? Yeah, of course it's going to be acceptable, but how long would I have to wait?
Until you get an agreement signed with a vendor that you're going to purchase the machine. You cannot operate the perk machine. Is that something?
But if I have to, then I have to. Yeah.
I'm sorry, you did freeze. We did hear
sorry.
the part where if you have to, then you'll have to, but was there something else that you had in before that?
No, I was saying I rather continue our normal business. The purchase agreement, I should be able to get it done ASAP, but I don't think. I mean, I rather continue our business at our store if that's possible.
But if otherwise, that's something you can, because you have a means to take it elsewhere right now.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
The question I had was, I think we know the answer, but do you own any other dry cleaning businesses?
No,
Okay.
not at this point. No.
Thank you. Board members, additional questions? Yes, Ms. Verdugo Peralta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Golshani, I'm sorry for your loss as well, especially with it being so recent.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you in regards to the SBA loan, when was the last time that you were in contact with them?
About a week ago, we got a call that they left a message for us to call back they needed additional information. And I have called a few times, but I end up leaving a message to nobody. I can't get a hold of anybody, but the process in place, there's a loan number, referral number that we that I asked, when I contact somebody, they follow that number. So it's in process.
Okay, so you've left a message, but when was the last time you actually spoke to somebody?
I've never spoken to anybody. It's all been through email. They've asked for copies of ID cards, social security numbers, social security cards, bank information. So all those have been forwarded to them.
Have you let them know that you are in basically a crisis mode, that your ability to operate within the parameters of the AQMD have expired, and that you need them to get processing on the loan ASAP. Are they aware of the situation?
No, they're not.
Okay, I would absolutely try to get a hold of them and or send them an email that would state that, and hopefully that may help you expedite this, because I think the more that we see that there's an earnest effort on your part to get the funding as well as to get the proposal, I think the more apt we are to be able to work with you on this.
Sure, sure.
Thank you. That's all the question I have.
Okay.
Senator. You are on mute, Senator. Senator, do you hear you're on mute? Can you all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. You were asked the question whether or not, what would happen if you did not get the variance today. I think your response was that we give you time to try to comply. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, in your petition, you say you have to close your business, which is correct.
We're hoping not to close our business.
I know you're hoping not to, but you didn't say that in your petition. You said close the business.
I mean, if things don't work out the way we need to go forward, that's always a possibility. I'm doing my best not to.
Good news. You also said you had a line of credit that you can use to purchase a new machine. Is that correct?
We do have a line of credit that we can use. Yes.
How much line of credit you have?
It's not much. It's only $30,000, which covers half the cost. That's why I may be able to negotiate with the company that's selling us the machine. Maybe they can do a 12-month loan, so I can make him monthly payments for 12 months. I've done that before, and it works fine.
You bought a machine before from them?
No, from another company years ago. But instead of getting a loan, the manufacturer actually gave us a personal loan to pay them on a monthly basis, but only for 12 months, not a 5 or 10 year loan.
The manufacturer would carry the loan, is what you're saying?
Yes, yes.
And you say that previously you had that done with another company?
Yes.
What did you buy from them?
And the dry clean machine that we have right now.
Oh, how many years ago was that?
About 20 years ago.
Did you buy it? Did your father engage and negotiate for that machine?
My father negotiated that deal. Yes.
Were you part of the negotiation?
I'm going to do my best to negotiate.
Were you part of that negotiation?
I was not. My dad was.
Well, then why do you think you would be able to have the same arrangement with the new manufacturer?
I'm hoping. This is a different company, but I've used this company many times for different machineries.
For what purpose?
Yeah, so they're willing to work with me. I'm hoping that they're willing to work with me, because I purchased just before the pandemic. We purchased 2 shared units.
What?
Shirt units for pressing shirts. So we purchased 2 units before the pandemic from them. So we have a good relationship. I'm hoping that they can take half and cover the other half on a monthly basis.
What was the cost of those two units? How much do you pay for those 2?
Those were about $18,000 each. There was 2. So about $36,000 plus installation.
How much was the installation?
I believe it was about $4,500,
So roughly $40,000.
about $40,000, yes.
And these machines are going to cost how much, the new ones, to be in compliance?
This machine cost 68,000.
68,000. Are you still owe, are you met the debt obligation for the shirt machines? That's $40,000 altogether.
They were, at the time, they were paid cash. I mean, not green cash. They got the full payment.
So that deal is closed, what you're saying.
That deal is closed, yes.
All right.
But the reason I mentioned that is that I have a very good relationship with this company, and I'm hoping that that they're willing to work with me for, if I pay them half, and they're willing to work with me for the other half.
So let's forget about if, that's a condition probability. Have you talked to them about buying the machine? Yes or no?
Yes, I have. That's why I have an estimate.
All right. And when can you engage in the purchase for a purchase order?
Well, we're all waiting for this hearing. Everybody's on hold for this hearing. As soon as I have an answer from this hearing, then I can move forward. But I do need the few months to. I'm hoping that I can get the funding. That was number one, and I can find I have the machinery, but I have to sign the purchase agreement.
First of all, you're not hoping for anything. The reason why you're not, you say you had a line of credit and they would carry the paper and you're confident they would. So what are you hoping for? Everything's
Well, I have not talked to them about them carrying me for the balance yet.
Well, I got the impression that you convinced me, at least,
Well,
that they would carry. You have a good relationship with them, right?
I said I do have a very good relationship with them. Yes.
You've done business with them before, right?
Yes, I have.
Up to $40,000, correct?
There was no need for them to give me, at the time, there was no need for them to give me any kind of line of credit or any kind of credit. We purchased that right out.
What's the likelihood they would give you credit this time? You have no confidence that they will?
I'm hoping that it's not 100%. I don't have any kind of written agreement or anything. I haven't even approached them for any kind of credit from them.
Based on your earlier testimony, you convinced me, at least, that you would be able to engage with this company. They would carry the paper, buy the machine, and be in compliance almost right away. Yes or no?
Right away? I never said right away, no.
Well, I said the impression you gave me was that you had a relationship with them and you had a line of credit, right? Which means that all you have to do is sign the document.
Yeah, I have a line of credit for $30,000, yes.
Right. So what can you do then? I can be confident that you can do it. What can you tell me specifically what you can do with the line of credit and your friendship you have with the manufacturer? What can you do? Right away.
I'm hoping to get a purchase order agreement signed, put a deposit down for the machine and get the machine in here. Like I said, I don't have a purchase order down. I'm not. We haven't gotten to the point where I don't even know if they have the machine available right now or not. That's why I'm asking for the extension with the variance until hopefully end of April.
Well, in your petition, you said at the end of the year.
I'm flexible. I mean, 3 months is better than nothing.
You know what? I want a straight story from you, and I'm being confused right now because I'm not convinced you're giving them the straight answers. You're vacillating. You understand what that means, don't you?
Yes, the petition that I that I signed initially that I was hoping to get more months, but I've listened to some of the hearings from the board and it's very limited. So I'm happy to get anything that I can get so I can move the process forward.
If you watch these hearings previously,
I did watch the January 6th hearing. Yes.
I was a nice guy then, right? I'm tough today. No, I've always been tough. I just want the straight answer. You give me a straight answer, I'm with you.
I'm giving the best answers that I can.
You're hoping and you're vacillating. Let me just tell you this. Now, the federal government just provided bailout money for your employees and you. How much did you receive?
I did not. I received a $25,000 grant from City of Orange, and that's all I got.
You still have that?
That was used to conduct the business. So that was, I believe that was in May, and we're in January. So that money was spent to keep our business going up until now.
As a small business person, and you had a federal bailout, and some of that money went to small businesses. You got none of it, you're saying?
No.
Just a grant? Was it a grant or loan?
It was a grant from City of Orange.
$25,000.
$25,000.
You get a $30,000 line of credit.
I do have it there. Yes.
Right, so you got your 3/4 of the way home. You use that money to buy the machine.
No, the $25,000 was used to just get our business through the tough times that we were in.
When did you get that grant?
I believe it was in May.
May of last year.
May of 2020.
The pandemic didn't hit us that hard by May, did it?
Oh, the pandemic hit us in March. March 15th is when a lot of the hotels that we worked with, some of them actually shut down. March 15th. Some of one hotel in Anaheim, actually, the Hilton Hotel in Anaheim, they shut down from March 15th. They're still shut down.
One final question.
Yes.
Are you able to service the debt once you engage into it?
Yeah, that's the plan.
Well, I know what the plan is. You told me what the plan is, but the fact of the matter is that will your income from your business service the debt? Yes or no?
I think so.
Well,
I wouldn't get into. I've never defaulted on any kind of loans ever in my life or when my dad was alive in his lifetime. We never defaulted on any kind of loan.
Mr. Golshani, I just hear one word sticks in my mind based on what you're saying. I hope. That's all I'm left with. Okay, thank you.
Well, you know, our the reason I'm hoping because is asking for the variance. I only have a hope from the board to give me a variance. I can't control it.
I would hope you to say, if you gave me the variance, here's what I would do. And in terms of buying that machine, right away, I got a grant for $25,000. I got $30,000 in the line of credit, and I can go forward. And my company will service the debt, no problem. That's what I'm hoping you would say.
Well, that is the plan.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Board members, Mr. Balagopalan has another question.
Mr. Golshani, I may have missed it. When did you say you bought the 2 shared units from Joanne?
From the same company. From,
I know. When? What time? When last year?
Right before. I believe January 2020, right before the pandemic. couple months before the pandemic.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, board members, any other questions before we move on? Okay, thank you, Mr. Golshani. Ms. Chavez, I know you did not have any affirmative witnesses that you wish to present. We do have the declaration of Mark Vonderow and board members that is now in evidence, and you will recall under our hearing board Rule 9, since Ms. Chavez and the district followed our Rule 9 in terms of disclosure, that would be submitted in evidence, and also the time frame in which it was sent to Mr. Golshani. It is in evidence as direct evidence. The only question I have is, if Ms. Chavez, if you were to call a witness today, do you know, would they give us anything different than we've heard before, which is an incremental risk of 0.1 in a million over the year using 10 gallons of perc, and an excess emissions of 0.22 pounds per day of perc when in use? Do you know if we would hear anything different?
There would be nothing additional.
Okay. Given that, board members, anybody wish to hear from a district witness? Okay, thank you so much. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to see if there's anyone who is present from the public who wishes to be heard on this matter. And if you are on the Zoom call and you wish to be heard, you can simply use the raise hand function at the bottom of your screen. And if you are on the line on the telephone, you just press *9, and that will allow you to raise your hand and let us know that you wish to be heard. And I do not see that there is anyone who wishes to be heard. And so, Mr. Golshani, we've heard
Yes.
a lot from you. Is there anything you'd like to, would you like to have a summing up closing statement? And if you would, this would be the time you can do that.
I'm just grateful that I'm having this hearing. I'm hoping that in this.
Oh, you froze, Mr. Golshani.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay. I'm just hoping that the board would give us the variance that would help us, because we've gone through a huge difficult times starting early 2020 and continuously being tough, and the variance would help us to be in compliance with the board.
Thank you very much, Mr. Golshani.
Thank you.
Ms. Chavez, you're closing for the district.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. And thank you, Mr. Golshani, for coming before the board today and providing further information. We understand that your business has suffered a severe loss as a result of this pandemic, and we are also very sorry to hear of the loss of your father. But for purposes of today's petition, petitioner has not met its burden to establish eligibility for a variance. As the board has heard, it was not beyond Mr. Golshani's reasonable control to comply with Rule 1421 by December 31st, 2020. Mr. Golshani testified he was aware of the rule since at least 2019. He testified that the machine is more than 22 years old. He is now able to work with another facility to dry clean. And while Mr. Golshani's business is down, there is no concrete plan to replace the machine with a non-PERC compliant machine at this time. Mr. Golshani did testify to enacting curtailment measures, stating some clothes were being routed to the other facility or using wet cleaning as much as possible. Also, Taft Cleaner's current PERC usage is significantly less than prior to the pandemic. Mr. Golshani also testified that he is willing to comply with reduced limits if granted a variance. And we thank Mr. Golshani for his responsiveness to the questions presented today. But as petitioner has not put forth evidence of a reasonable path to compliance at this time, the district is opposed to the request. Should the hearing board determine that they can make the 6 findings, however, the district requests that the proposed conditions be adopted. Additionally, the district would also request an additional condition that the variance be limited through April 30th, 2021, so that additional renewal fees will not be due. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chavez. Board members, anyone wish to begin? Otherwise, I can do so. Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, would you like to begin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you know, I am very much opposed to extending time when we're looking at the use of these machines, especially because PERC is such a toxic and dangerous substance. However, that being said, if we impose the conditions that we have in the past of the 18-pound limit, I kind of think that we have discussed before that drives the time limit that they're allowed to operate. However, the fact that he goes to the point of outsourcing gives me hope that he will be able to better comply. I would have liked to have seen a letter from the SBA. They are also very tough to deal with, very onerous process. They like to wrap their loans around the fact that you own the property. They'd rather see that than just giving money outright to a person who is leasing the property. However, it's still a difficult process. While he may not have been as diligent in getting something like that to show us that he was in earnest of getting the SBA loan, I still don't see how he's going to be able to do so unless those letters, either a letter like that would be shown and or he can show us a letter from that other company that he would possibly be able to pay them within the year and get the machine sooner rather than later. But, well, I cannot find the 6 findings completely. I'm looking at the definition of the small business and how it is much more difficult for a small business to get funding than it is any other type of business. And so I would like to hear from my fellow board members as well, how they feel about the 6 findings as well, because I do want to give him the time. I don't want to give him beyond the 800 pounds, but I would like to see more effort. Thank you.
Thank you. I would have to say, I want to just say I'm looking at this a little bit differently, and I want to just be clear. We hear sometimes from petitioners that they're looking for an extension and help, but that's not what this board is. Yes, we do grant variances, but only when they're warranted. And we have to make sure that we're looking at the 6 findings. And I want to recall to my fellow board members that a variance is the extraordinary measure, and it has to be something that is earned and justifiable, not just it's nice to have an extension. And in this matter, I will say, first of all, Mr. Golshani, thank you for being so straightforward. And also, I think it's pretty clear that Mr. Golshani and his dad are good and respectable business owners. Clearly, they have good relationships with just about everyone that they work with. And I think that that's aided them to this point. But it does make my finding of at least one of the 6 findings pretty much impossible to make. And that is, we need to find, board members, that the applicant for a variance has given consideration to curtailing operations of the source in lieu of obtaining a variance. Mr. Golshani has testified that he has been, since the end of last year, been using Emerald cleaners, and that he can continue to do so into the future while he gets into compliance. When asked, what would you do if you did not receive a variance, Mr. Golshani very honestly answered, I would have to get a jump on getting another machine. And I think that what Mr. Golshani is asking for is more time, but he doesn't really need it. And I don't see this board justifying allowing any use of perk when there's another option, which is a hydrocarbon machine that Mr. Golshani is using. And while, as he said, he would rather do it in-house, that is a possibility. And again, variances are not granted because it's more something that a business would rather. And so I do have some issues with beyond reasonable control, but I think it's curtailment on which I cannot make that finding for certain. So I just wanted to readjust our thinking and remember that we don't always have to grant. We have to find the 6 findings before we can consider conditions and whether to grant under certain conditions. Mr. Balagopalan, you wanted to also speak.
Yes, I think the finding of beyond reasonable control is what I'm having difficulty is also because Mr. Golshani testified that they knew at least at late 2019, early 2020, that the perk machine has to be replaced. And at the same time, they spent $40,000 buying the shirt machine, which is needed for their business, but it was a priority that they chose. They could have at that time looked into putting a down payment on the hydrocarbon machine because they were, as per his testimony, they were getting quotes at that time. So he decided to prioritize and get the shirt machine when they could have done it sooner. And that's and then when they got the grant also, I know he needed money for running the business, but that's the difficulty I'm having. That's why I'm okay. I'm open to giving him variance with the condition that he shall not operate the perk machine unless we see proof of a signed purchase order agreement with the vendor. And so that's sort of, and then not as stated, no limited to 800 pounds and no later and not operate after end of April. So,
Please remember that beyond reasonable control needs to be found today. It can't be contingent upon, we're already past the date of December 31st. So to put a condition, making something contingent upon showing us that you're moving forward and you have a path to compliance, to compliance should be today proven to us. And I have to say that it hasn't been. And I think, well, we'll hear from the senator, but I think Senator's questions really reinforced the answer that there is not really a path to compliance right now. That would change. I think when asked, why do you want the variance? Again, I think it was, he was waiting to even move forward until he sees if we're going to grant him some extension, as opposed to just doing everything that you can to really try to come into compliance and then coming here and saying, I've done everything. I've done everything to my reasonable ability, but I found out that the machine won't be in for another 2 months, or I need another, 15 days to secure my financing. We didn't hear that. I think what we heard was, can you give me more time? And then I can determine what my path forward will be. And it should not be dependent upon that to meet beyond reasonable control. But other thoughts, Senator, please.
Maybe I missed out on this. You trying to get an SBA loan, and if you recall, for how much?
Are you asking, Ms. Verdugo? Wait, we've closed it.
I know, but I just need to know that before I comment.
Are you asking if someone else heard that on the board? I know, Cynthia, you mentioned that. So did you take?
Yes, I heard him mention an SBA loan. I don't think that there was an amount that was mentioned. However, I took it to be that it would have been for the entire amount. That's an assumption. So, but, since I have the floor right here, and I'm not just answering the question, this is extraordinary, right? We are in extraordinary times. So we are looking outside of the box. And yes, we have to make the 6 findings. I understand that. But we also, if we're going to consider what a small business is faced with what they normally look at is what's right in front of them. And at the time, if he had the money to buy that shirt machine, because that kept him in business, and knowing and thinking that obviously he couldn't see the pandemic coming, but thinking, okay, this will give me more business to be able to have more money to buy that other machine. I can understand that thinking because I've been in the same place. So, you know, if you haven't owned a small business, it's hard not to take that into account. And have I lost you people, or you're showing us something, Julie?
Sorry, I just was sharing the screen with the
Oh,
six.
okay, all right.
Just want to
So
make sure we're going over all of that.
yes, and I understand that, and I get that. You know, the 6 findings we've got to adhere to, but that's why those exceptions are there, because we should also consider the fact of what a small business has to face in doing this. And if we have somebody here who's willing to do those things and maybe didn't, I honestly don't think a lot of these companies have recognized this, the seriousness of the situation that they are in. Unfortunately, I don't always sympathize, but I understand it. So with that, you know, I think we have to look at the fact, how are they going to come into compliance? They need the money to come into compliance. Where are they going to get that money? Because had it not been for the pandemic, I believe that this business owner would have gotten that machine before December 31st.
Thank you. And I'll ask for any other thoughts. I just wanted, I put it up because I wanted to make sure that because we do have to go over, if there are board members who are leaning towards granting a variance, then we need to go through each of these 6 findings and make sure we can make all of the findings and tie it to evidence. And when we're talking about a small business, I want to go back to 42352.5 in the Health and Safety Code. When we're talking about considering a small business and the factors in the small business, it's in, we're looking at ignorance of the requirement, which that's not an issue. And also in determining, where are we looking? In determining the extent to which petitioner took reasonable actions to comply. So this is in the beyond reasonable control finding only. We would look at the
Yes.
capability to comply. Oh,
Okay, we'll
sorry,
see how long it lasts.
somebody has unmuted themselves. I'm gonna, let
Because
me
I'm
figure out who that is. Who
on
is that?
the hearing board.
Sorry, Mr. Vonderos. Mr. Vondero, if you can hear us, your microphone had unmuted, so please be careful for that. Sorry, I had to unshare to find out who that was. So with that, I just, again, to go back to anyone else have any thoughts, additional? Senator.
Condition number 4, that the applicant for the variance is given consideration to curtailing operation.
You're talking about finding number 4, is that correct?
Yeah, you're finding it. We said right here. Okay, yeah, finding. He has, and he can, and he says he will incorporate with other cleaners in the area that would clean some of the clothes for him. Took about a 2-hour turnaround time. He can get that done. This being not under his control, reasonable control, was the pandemic hit everybody. I mean, each one that comes before us tell us the same problem, that they wouldn't be in compliance or plan to have been in compliance if they were able to operate their business full steam ahead, which is really not the case. What I was pressing my question for was, what can you do and when will you do it? Given the testimony, I got a line of credit, I got $25,000 grant, I have a friendship with these people. Well, then when are you gonna start engaging? When are you gonna make the purchase order? We should, in the conditions, we should specify those times that he should be required to go forward. If a variance is granted, then it should be granted with certain conditions that he got to meet those deadlines, or it should not be granted.
Okay, well, and so I think board members, you've heard my thoughts. So if someone else wants to go through the 6 findings, because I cannot make that, especially the third finding with regard, no, sorry, the fourth finding with regard to curtailment, because I don't see any justification for allowing the use of perk when, and it's due to Mr. Golshani's, clearly it's due to his good business practices, that he has such a good relationship with another cleaners that he himself has, and his business has helped out in the past. So when I asked, is there an end to that? The answer was no, that they would continue to help him. So there is an option to dry clean all of his business using the hydrocarbon machine. In fact, he has done so since the beginning of this year, and to move forward without any help of a variance. A variance today would simply allow the use of perk where perk is not being used. So while Mr. Golshani figures out the issues, and I don't think that's a good use of a variance. So for me, I can't make that finding. So if another board member wishes to go through the 6 findings and make each finding, then I'll turn it over at this point for that. Senator, do you?
Right, one question to you, Madam Chair. The applicant for the variance has given consideration to curtailing operation of the operation of his business, basically.
Mhm.
Is that true or false? Yes.
Yes, and he doesn't need to have a variance in order to continue operating. That's what we've heard. Because he has Emerald Cleaners and I just put it back up again, so we're looking at finding number 4. The applicant for the variance has given consideration to curtailing operations of the source in lieu of obtaining a variance. And the reason for this finding, just like all the findings, is we only want to give a variance in those small extraordinary circumstances where there just is no other option, and it was just absolutely beyond the reasonable control of the petitioner to comply in any way. And given that the petitioner himself has let this board know that there is an option to curtail and not go out of business, when you specifically, Senator, asked, what is it? Will you go out of business or won't you? Mr. Golshani said, well, it's always a possibility, but not because we don't grant a variance, because again, he has whatever his way forward is, the way forward he's going to have, whether we give him a variance or not, and he has the time because curtailment's an option. So I can't make that finding. But so what I'd like to see is, I'm going to step back and see if there's any other member of the board who wishes to go through the findings.
Didn't he, on time? And did he testify that some of the articles would be sent to one of his friends who owns the cleaners, and a small portion would be cleaned at his location? I think he did say that.
That's right.
That he's reducing, curtailing operation at that point in time, not stopping it altogether.
Right now, since the first of the year, when 1421 was in operation and the deadline had already passed, Mr. Golshani said all of his dry cleaning up till today has been sent to Emerald Cleaners. He did say that there is a large portion of there is a portion that can be wet cleaned. That is still being done on premises. And he also testified that it is not very far away at all. I think he said it's 10 minutes away to Emerald Cleaners. So it's not an impact to his business in terms of time. And so again, reducing excess emissions to the maximum extent feasible, that's a different finding. That's how much can you farm out, but you still need to do some. How much can you have the limit of 800 pounds? He's willing to do that. But this finding is getting at the heart of, do you really need a variance? Because again, a variance is extraordinary. But if there's a way to curtail operations and remain in compliance with 1421, we do not grant variances. And I'm simply saying that the evidence we received today is that that this cleaners can stay in business with using Emerald Cleaners and curtailing its operations instead of, that's in lieu of, obtaining a variance. So I cannot make that finding.
May I further comment that
Yes.
although we look at these cases on the merits, case by case, but as Mr. Gashana has mentioned, he's been watching the other hearings. During those hearings, we have granted variances, even though those cleaners were having part of their work done in nearby cleaners and the other part of the work done at their own site. He testified that's what he has been doing, that's what he would do. Now, by not granting, by giving the variance to others on item number 4 and not providing to him, is not equal protection, as you might say, or equal consideration.
Okay.
In my view. I mean, I believe in fair. What's fair? I'm hard, but I'm fair.
Okay.
We've done it for one, same conditions. We should do it for another. That's all I'm saying.
I'm going to step back. And if someone wants to take over the findings, I'm going to allow that. I just want to be very clear. There is no exceptions. We must make all of the findings. If there was another case where all of the cleaning was being done, I remember one where the gentleman owned another cleaners. When that was the case, we could not make the finding of curtailment. When part of your cleaning is being farmed out, but you can't farm it all out for the duration of the variance that you need, well, then that finding, we would be able to make that finding. Here, I cannot make that finding. The gentleman has stated, and we're not giving him any different treatment, cannot make the finding under these circumstances, under the facts we heard today that Mr. Golshani stated, that all of his dry cleaning, he is in complete compliance right now with 1421 and can remain in complete compliance with 1421, not operate his perk machine simply by going 10 minutes away and bringing his dry cleaning portion of his business to Emerald Cleaners. So therefore, he can, in fact, curtail operations, meaning bringing it to someone else, the dry cleaning part, in lieu of getting a variance today. So we can't, if we don't have the evidence to support all 6 of our findings, we cannot make them. That's all I'm going to say. That's the reason why I can't. And I'm just stating for the record, it's not unfair treatment. So would you, Senator, would you like to go through all of the findings, or Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, you go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I feel like we're punishing him for thinking of the best thing to do to try and stay in compliance and to still keep his business running. To me, not everybody has done that has come before us, that they haven't been smart about what they were doing, that they have not looked everywhere else to be able to continue to stay in business like this gentleman has. He is lucky that he has Emerald Cleaners not very far away, that he can utilize them to do the dry cleaning with their hydrocarbon machine. He's lucky he is able to do that, but he sought it out so that he would still be in compliance, would not use his perk machine, and abide by the rule. Well, I may not be able to find the other findings, I can find for this one. And I can, because of the fact that he has done what he was supposed to do. He has tried to curtail not utilizing that perk machine by outsourcing, and the fact that he is in the process of trying to get the funding. I see this as proactive. I don't see it as just sitting back and waiting for us to come to him and find him out of compliance. So
Do you feel the same way? I would ask this question. We've heard some extraordinary, again, we're looking only at this case, but if we're comparing and we want to be fair to everyone, we've heard some compelling evidence in other cases where we've seen great attempts to actually come in compliance by purchasing a machine, despite financial difficulties of using their tax, the monies, the bailout monies that have been given to all of us, the $600 that we're receiving, or the $1,200 that was given earlier. I haven't seen anything extraordinary in terms of it's already. We didn't see a proposal or an estimate until the 7th of January. That's after the date. I also I haven't seen anything with regard to certainty in financing. We haven't heard dates. When are you going to put in a purchase order? So I disagree that this is extraordinary and that this gentleman is being punished, or this petitioner is being punished. I simply, again, see a variance as an extraordinary measure when there's no other option and it's beyond the reasonable control of the petitioner. And here there is another option. And but I see that you disagree. And that was just the last thing I wanted to say. I wanted to be clear on the record that I'm not trying to punish anyone, simply looking at the 6 findings. And given that this is, again, an extraordinary measure, no one has a right to a variance. No one has a right to continue to use perk after the perk cutoff after 18 years. And so if there's another option that is not including perk, that's the reason why I cannot make the findings, and we are required to make all the findings. It's not punishment, just can't make.
By outsourcing, he's agreeing to not utilize the perk. He's abiding by the rule.
If he doesn't, if he's going to continue to outsource during the dependency of the variance, then why does he need a variance? He's not.
He needs a variance to be able to get the funding.
But again, wait. We're going to be allowing him to use the perk machine when he doesn't have to use it.
I don't think we would be, if we have that limit on there. That's not going to be very long. Just like the other companies that we have had come before us. And I think in his case, it sounds like it's just easier to go to the outsource anyway, because otherwise he's going to have to pay the emission fees on a daily basis. So going 10 minutes to another cleaner's is a lot cheaper than paying the excess emission fee.
Which is why I can't make the finding number 4.
Well, that's where we differ.
Okay. Mr. Balagopalan, you had something also to add?
Yeah, I'm going to take a stab at making the finding.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to stretch it probably, but I'll go through the 6 findings. The one is that they will be in violation of the rule, which will happen if they start up the perk machine. Or as of now, they're not, but I think once they start the machine, which is what the variance is for. So 1421 is the rule. So I think we all agree with that. Non-compliance is due to beyond the reasonable control. I think they knew that this deadline was coming, and they knew they had to take action. And I think something Ms. Peralta mentioned, which makes sense also, is the fact that they invested $40,000 in the shirt cleaning machine is showing that they wanted to continue this business and they were making the changes needed to continue the business. However, I think if the pandemic did not occur, then they would have proceeded with replacing the machine. And I think we heard testimony from Mr. Bushi in that they were getting quotes in late 2019 and early 2020, and were considering at that time buying the machine. But if it absent the pandemic, my assumption is going to be that they would have proceeded and replaced it. But the pandemic, we heard substantially reduce his business, more than 95% and so forth. And then taking the cleaner, the clothes to another cleaner, he's actually incurring costs because he has to pay the other cleaner for the cleaning. So he's doing it cost and going back and forth and all that emissions and time it takes to do that. So he's not getting it done for free. So that's it at his cost. So to keep his customers, of course, that's why he's doing that. So will the closing be without a benefit in reducing contamination? No, I think there will be a benefit in not having per commission granted, and especially when he has schools nearby. But by limiting the usage to 800 pounds, I think we are significantly limiting the impact to the environment. And then also, I think that the condition that they cannot operate the machine unless he has an purchase order agreement, so that pushes him to get that machine sooner. And then in the interim, he hopefully, I'm not sure whether.
Let me stop you there. That's not a condition. Are you making the 6 findings based on a condition that you're?
No, I will make that. No, I'm sorry. Let me.
No, you should. Just be very clear, please, on the record that you are going to make a motion and you're going to propose certain conditions, because when you're talking about the 6 findings right now, we have not heard a plan to compliance. So if you're going to ultimately make a motion that's going to include a forced plan to compliance, then you need to make the findings in that context, please.
Yes. So yes, I think that okay. Then that's why I suggested the condition that they do not operate the perk machine until they provide proof that they have got a purchase order in a signed purchase order agreement to the district, and they will continue to outsource to the maximum extent possible so they can minimize the use of perk during that period of the variance. So that is a change to the condition that I was going to propose to grant the variance. So has he given consideration for tailing? I think right now he's in compliance because he's outsourcing it, but I think that is added a physical impact to him to do that. And during the period of the variance, the petition will reduce excess emission to the maximum extent possible. I think by putting that 800-pound limit, that would reduce the excess emission to the maximum extent possible. I think he said maybe they will operate 1 day a week and about 20 pounds of clothes. So there's excess emission fee, but excess emission during the day he operates it. So that will, but that'll reduce the excess emissions during the duration of the variance by doing 1 day a week, or and by having that cap of 800 pounds. And then he will monitor and submit weekly reports on his usage or the poundage, so that we know it doesn't exceed the 800 pounds during the duration of the variance. So I'm stretching it, but I think I think absent the pandemic, I'm going with the assumption that they would have purchased the equipment, because he has a line of credit where he can put the down payment for the machine, and he should have done it sooner. I agree, but I think he still has a path forward to compliance, and that's what I'm looking at. If he can demonstrate a path forward to compliance and accept the conditions that's proposed, then I think I can make the 6 findings and propose that we grant the variance.
Senator.
So can I. And I'm impressed by the district when she makes the statement that there will not be an opposition to a variance if certain conditions are met. So that's a good lead for me, number one. Number two, Mr. Golshani testified that he was allowing the other cleaners in his nearby to clean the clothes, because he wanted to do that and wait before he come before the board to ask for a variance, so he could continue to operate in a limited degree and help service the debt that he's going to incur right away if he puts an order in for that machine. That's his intention. That was an honest, straightforward statement. I'm having the close done by a friend until I have the hearing. After I have the hearing, then I will buy the machine. If he buys the machine, he's got to service the debt. He talks about borrowing SBA money and the grant that he received. He just won't be able to service the debt to buy a machine for $60 million or $600,000. Let me just say this to you.
$1,000.
600,000.
60,000.
Oh, sorry about that. I don't hear too well anymore. I can't speak earlier. It was $60,000. But before I say yes, I want to ask Ms. Prusek one question. When did they give you $1,200 and $600? They gave me nothing.
I'm sorry, what?
You get a grant from the federal government for $600 and $1,200.
I'm just telling you, no, I'm sorry. It was being brought up that somehow this board was being unfair to Mr. Golshani, and I was simply letting you know that we've heard from petitioners who were taking all of their money and combining what their family received in order to buy a used machine. That's how much they work. That's how hard they worked to be in compliance by the deadline, and then just needed a little time.
I just want to make sure I didn't get my share. That's all.
Okay.
In any
I'm
case,
not saying it's good. I think people deserve a whole lot more after the destruction.
the fact of the matter is that I can make the findings based on reiterate what's already been stated, and based on the testimony that Mr. Golshani provided us today. The hardship that's been imposed on him, he's trying to get around that or find a way to recover the loss, but do it in the future when he can operate his business in a limited degree, not 5 days a week, 6 days a week, but 3 days a week. And that would, in his mind, help him service the debt. I don't know how he's going to do it, but he thinks he can. So let him take a try at it.
Okay, I think we need to take a short break. And I think if Mr. Balagopalan is going to make a motion, he needs to think about the motion. We're very overdue for a break anyway. I will just say this. When you're figuring out what motion you're going to make, Mr. Balagopalan, and I would say this to my fellow board members, again, because we have heard no path to compliance, I'm not sure how long we've discussed making findings, but we haven't discussed them in any kind of context of how long this variance will be. We don't know. Mr. Golshani has done such a little bit of being prepared in terms of moving forward with the path to compliance. We didn't hear how long it might take to get a machine or anything that would allow you to create a variance term. But please think about that. And again, since we're still discussing the findings, unless there's anything else anyone else wants to say on the findings, I'm just going to reiterate that the reason for the curtailment there is not so that everyone can have a perfect business, because we all know it's not perfect when you curtail your business, but we do it because, again, a variance is extraordinary. And I think what we're doing today by granting a variance is saying we think it's okay to use PERC beyond the deadline, even though there is a manner in which this business can stay in business and curtail and not use PERC.
I would not characterize it as we're saying that it's okay to use PERC. I think
I'm saying that's what when we say that about curtailment, and we say even though we could do it, we're going to go ahead and give a variance. That's why I can't make that finding.
Well, I think Mr. Balagopalan made some very good statements there in the sense of with these conditions, and I think he's going right along the correct path of being able to curtail as well as allow this business owner to come into compliance. I think he has in very strong ways by reducing the number of days and by shipping it out to a hydrocarbon machine. So I like the way I like the path that Mr. Balagopalan is on.
And
Why
as you
don't
said,
we take a break and I'll come back and make a motion.
and as you said, you can make the findings. And I just wanted to say one other thing, and that is, Senator, you said that the district does not oppose with conditions. Ms. Chavez, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that they were in opposition. However, what she said in her closing, that the district is in opposition. However, if we are willing to grant a variance, then she wants the conditions. Is that correct, Ms. Chavez?
That's exactly what she said. That's what I understood to be the case.
Okay, I thought you said she was not in opposition.
Well, you mentioned that you got to set forth conditions if the variance is granted. Well, that's clearly understood. In most cases, that's what we do.
Okay. And I'm going to let Dr. Bernstein, because he hasn't spoken about the 6 findings before we come back with a motion.
Madam Chair, just thank you very much. And Mr. Golshani, we extend our deepest condolences for your loss, and thank you for coming today. Just simply wanted to say that I don't believe that I can make that finding either with regards to the 4th consideration given to curtailing operations in lieu of a variance. That is actually what has been done. Mr. Golshani has outsourced the use of his dry cleaning to a non-perk facility, and therefore I don't see the necessity actually at this time for a variance. It seems to me that he's addressed that issue, and therefore he should proceed on his own to come in full compliance with his own business and do all that is necessary. Additionally, I don't see a path of compliance that has been clearly laid out. We know that there's delays in getting these machines. We're talking months and months in the future. We're not talking a short time frame here. So I don't see the necessity for the nation to allow for someone to use PERC when they're not using PERC at this time. And fairness is never an issue with this board. It never has been since I've been associated with it, and I'm sure it wasn't before. What we're trying to do in each one of these situations is bend as much as we can without breaking to allow for these businesses to continue while making the necessary findings to grant the variance and so on. At this time, I don't believe that we can make that finding. It seems to me that there is no necessity for a variance at this point. So I concur with the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. And Senator, one more thing, and then we really should take a break, and then we'll come back.
I think we should move forward, make the findings, and then set conditions for the purpose of operating thereafter so that it can service the debt. Yes, we can make the findings, at least I can.
Okay.
And that's what I'm trying to do in my vote.
And it sounds like there'll be 3 members who can. So we just wanted to make sure we finish the discussion of the findings before we move on with a motion. But I would like to give Mr. Ball, we all need a break. We're way overdue for a break. And I would like to give Mr. Balagopalan also, and including Mr. Balagopalan, with the idea that if you're going to put a condition in with regard to not operating PERC until a purchase order, I would encourage you to put in a condition that that signed purchase order needs to be sent to the clerk of the board and to the district, and that you start the term of the variance with that condition, with satisfaction of that condition. But the rest of it when we come back, if you want to make that motion. So we're going to take a 15-minute break. It is 10 after the hour. Let's come back at 11:25. We're off the record, and please don't leave the meeting for those of you who are in the Zoom who are parties who haven't been before us before. But you please do mute your microphone, and you can turn off your camera. We'll be back in 15 minutes.
Julie?
Yes, is that Faye?
Yes, it is. You have an email from Rosalinda that we just need you to look at as soon as possible.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll do that. if we're ready to start reassembling. If not, if Mr. Balagopalan needs more time, just let me know. Who is that now? Oh, we're waiting for everyone to get back on. Is that Senator Holton? Is that you with the news? I think it is. Is that you? Yes. Okay, I muted Senator Holton. Microphone. We're waiting for Dr. Bernstein, and then I believe we can. Did you, Mohan? You ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Getting some low system resources because my wife is in the other room also on Zoom, but I think you can hear me okay, right?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Okay. We are back on the record. It looks like we're all back. Okay. Just trying to find, oh, here's my conditions. Okay. So I think we have fully discussed all of our various thoughts on the findings, and Mr. Balagopalan has been able to make all of the findings. And so Mr. Balagopalan is going to offer a motion.
Yes, and I'm going to incorporate some of the suggestions that I heard, I think from Ms. Chavez, that the cleaner doesn't operate beyond April because the renewal comes due May 1st. So that, and then also from you, Ms. Prusek, that they don't operate the perk machine until the signed letter of agreement purchase order is submitted to the district. And in addition, with the break, I'm going to limit their usage to 400 pounds because they have an option to outsource it. So that's, so I'll go through the motion right now. So in the matter of Taft Cleaners case number 6190-1, I move that we grant a regular variance commencing on the date that the
What
they
you would have
submit.
to do is in compliance with condition number, and then whatever condition that is.
Okay.
So
Yeah, okay.
commencing upon compliance with condition number, whatever that number is.
Okay, commence with the condition number, and we will get to the number. And continuing through the end of April. And from Rule 1421, with the for the equipment located at 1911 North Tustin Street in Orange, California 92865, for the perk dry cleaning machine, they provided they comply with the proposed condition. And we have the proposed condition, but I'm going to add a couple more conditions to the Exhibit C and then renumber them. So I'll start with the first one. First condition: petitioner shall not operate the perk dry cleaning machine unless he submits proof of a signed purchase order agreement to buy a non-perk machine to the clerk of the boards and to Mr. Mark Wanderu at mwanderu@aqmd.gov.
A better word, would you like to say until rather than unless?
See, shall not operate. Yeah, until. Yeah, okay.
Until, and can you say that again more slowly?
Okay, the petitioner shall not operate the perk dry cleaning machine until he submits proof of a signed purchase order agreement to buy the non-perk machine to the clerk of the board and to Mr. Mark Wanderu at mwanderu@aqmd.gov. And then condition number 2, petitioner shall not operate the perk machine once the 400 pound limit of clothes clean is reached, or after April 30th, 2021, whichever is earlier.
I don't think you need to do that. I think that you could be more clearly leave the condition as it is, and instead of 800, make it 400. And then the
Okay.
term of the variance is until
Or the
April
end of
30th,
April.
or full or final compliance, but he wouldn't be able to exceed that 400 anyway. So,
Yeah. Okay. All right, then I'll revise that condition currently number 1 in Exhibit 3 to petitioner shall may continue to operate the perk machine not to exceed 400 pounds of clothes during the duration of the variance. And then condition 2 will be the condition number 3, and that's stated there to file the application. And then condition number 4 will be to, as stated in Exhibit 3, SC, is to submit the no changes, to submit the log of pounds of clothes clean. And then condition number 5 is the paying of the fees as listed in Exhibit C, and condition 6 will be to notify the clerk of the board and Mr. Mark Wanderu when the variance is no longer needed.
okay, and then before you end your motion, if you can now go back to the term of the motion and say that it will begin upon compliance with condition number 1.
Right. Yes, the term of the motion, it's to will commence based on the condition number 1 and through April 30th, 2021.
Or final compliance, whichever occurs first.
Or final comment, whichever occurs first.
Okay, and then what are the excess emissions?
The excess emission I'm estimating, because it reduced its usage by half, about 0.11 pound per day. And the risk we heard is 0.1 in a million. So it'll be half of that, 0.05, because we've reduced it by half.
And that's the incremental risk, correct?
I'm sorry, thank you. That's the incremental risk based on what we heard.
Thank you. Well done, Mr. Balagopalan. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, Ms. Verdugo Peralta seconds. Discussion on that motion.
I did have a question. I may have not heard it all the way. It was coming in and out. Did you mention on condition 1, maybe it was 2, I didn't hear it, whether we were going to require him to have a purchase order and or statement of funding?
No, a signed purchase order.
Signed
Then
purchase order.
Yeah,
Okay.
not a, however he does it, whether through SBA loan or through his LO line of credit or whatever.
Okay, I just didn't hear that. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Is there any other discussion on that motion before I call for a vote? Okay. All right, I'll start with myself. I vote no for the reason that I stated before, that I cannot make the finding of the curtailment in lieu of a variance. Dr. Bernstein, how do you vote?
I vote no as well for the same reasons.
Senator, how do you vote? Senator, you're on mute. Can you just say it into the record? But
Aye.
okay, thank you. I put you on mute before because we heard your news. And Ms. Verdugo Peralta, you vote?
Aye.
And Mr. Balagopalan, you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2. And before we end, Mr. Golshani, did you understand? It might be a while. There's a backlog in the clerk's office. We'll all try to get the order out to you as soon as possible. But did you understand all of the conditions and the term? So your variance is granted.
Thank you.
It will begin, however, you cannot use your perk machine until you have a signed purchase order, and that you submit that signed purchase order to the clerk of the board, which is at clerkofboard@aqmd.gov, and also to the district, to Mr. Mark Vondereau, which is, you can see it on your screen where Mr. Vondereau.
Yes, I have his information.
Okay, wonderful. Also, there was a change in the condition, which is now condition 2, limiting you, since you do have this ability to bring some of your cleaning over to Emerald Cleaners, to limit you to 400 pounds of clothing over the duration of the variance. And the variance will, and you also have to please to Mr. Mark Vondrel, but you knew this. So none of the other conditions have changed. So making sure to submit all the information on a weekly basis. And also it will end April 30th unless you have a compliant machine and you are in compliance before that time. And thank you very much. Thank you for your candor today.
Thank you.
And
One quick question. If I have a signed purchase order and another machine comes up, which I can purchase and install sooner, which is a different machine, maybe a different cost, is that going to cause an issue from the initial purchase order?
I don't think you should be gaming the thing. It should be for the one that you're going to install. Let's put it that way. I think that's what I feel. Instead of signing for one and then choosing another one later, it should be the purchase order for the one you will install.
And Mr. Ghalshani, I'm gonna say this. You heard the discussion, deliberation. You heard that some members were concerned about your lack of path to compliance moving forward. As I think Mr. Balagopalan used the correct word, please don't game this. Wait until you know what you're going to purchase, purchase it, assign a purchase order, and then move forward with the variance you've requested.
Okay.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Board members, we do have another matter. We can begin and take that matter. I don't know if Mr. Williams is available, because we had told him to leave and come back, but we'll see. I'll call it. I know we still have, there he is. Good morning, still morning. Good morning, Mr.
Good morning. Good morning.
Okay, I'm gonna call that, we will have to take our lunch,
Okay.
more likely than not, before we finish. Let me call it, I thought I had my agenda up. Okay, let me grab it. Okay, I'm gonna call the second matter for today, which is the matter of Superior Cleaners, case number 5842-2. And this one, board members, is for an interim variance. Sorry. And who is present for Superior Cleaners?
Kenny Williams.
Can you just spell your name so we have it for the record?
Kenny and Williams, Williams.
And Mr. Williams, what is your position with Superior Cleaners?
I am the general manager.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Williams. And you're authorized today to speak on behalf of? Okay.
Yes, I am.
Thank you very much. And who is representing the district in this matter?
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Catherine Roberts, along with my colleague Josephine Lee, on behalf of the executive officer today.
Okay. We have a number of documents for this, and I had said we were going to take a break and make sure we had them all. What do we have? Let me take a moment. Okay, we have proposed variance conditions. Was there any other documents that we received today for this matter, or
The
at
district
all?
has not submitted any other proposed exhibits, Madam Chair.
Okay, and Mr. Williams, was there any that you had submitted?
Other than the email I sent to Ms. Bandone, and then the actual proposal for a hydrocarbon machine, I think was one of my other things I submitted.
Board members, when did we receive that?
No, I don't believe it did.
Madam Clerk, did you receive any either?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. It is with the petition.
Oh, it's with the, oh, right, it's
It's
at the
at the
back
end
of
of the petition. Yeah. So,
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so so board members, we don't have to mark it because it's part of the petition. So, but we do just to put your attention to it. We have the permit to operate and a proposal that was dated October 30th of 2020. Okay, Mr. Williams, have you been watching the proceedings for any other matters? Okay. Yours is going to be a little bit different because you're asking for an interim variance. We have not had one of those yet for the dry cleaners. And what we need to do is bifurcate into two separate proceedings, one that follows the other, because of the fact that you did not file in time for today's hearing to be noticed to the public, and that is a requirement unless we can find good cause. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to share my screen very quickly. Here we go. Okay. And we all can see this. This is, oh, sorry, that's the wrong one. Let me stop that share. I thought I pressed the right one.
I think it was. It said good cause.
Oh, it did? Oh, it's just not showing on mine. Okay. Let me find it then on my cluttered desktop. Here we go. Okay. This is what you all see?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so this is in our hearing board rules and procedures. And this is the findings we need to make. And in particular, I'm going to be focusing on B, which is the good cause findings. And that is what we will be focusing on in the first part of the hearing. If we find good cause, then we'll proceed to a hearing on the merits. If not, then what we will do is we'll have to dismiss your case without prejudice, which means you have a regular variance hearing February 18th, and we would simply take it up at that time. So these are the findings that we need to make, which are somewhat similar to the findings for some of the findings for a variance, but they're more stringent.
Okay.
The first one is that you are in violation. That is clear because the deadline has already passed. The second is a lot like the beyond reasonable control finding that you've heard, but it's a little bit more stringent. It's that the circumstances that led to the violation, meaning that it is now January and the perk machine is still in operation, I assume we will hear, could not reasonably have been avoided by petitioner or anticipated in sufficient time to provide for public notice of the variance hearing. And I think that is the part that we'll be hearing a little bit more on, is why we did not hear from you until today on an interim.
Okay.
The third is similar to that. Petitioner exercised diligence in petitioning for an interim variance and scheduling the interim variance hearing, meaning that you filed a petition as soon as feasible after the time you knew or should have known that a variance would more likely than not be needed. And finally, that a denial of an interim variance would result in B here, this unreasonable and unavoidable adverse impact to petitioner, which is to you. And now I'm going to stop the share. And I'm going to ask any person who might testify today. I believe anyone who might testify for the district has already been sworn in. But so Mr. Williams, for you, if you can raise your right hand, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I'm just gonna, just so we don't forget to do it, but it's not relevant to this part of the hearing, I'm going to mark as Exhibit A as an apple the proposed conditions that were submitted by the district. So those proposed conditions will be marked as Exhibit A as an apple. And with that, Mr. Williams, I'm going to turn it over to you. And if you could give us a brief opening statement on why you think there's good cause for it, based on those factors I just mentioned, for this board to hear your matter today in absence of notice to the public.
Oh, Ooh, the when we went into the pandemic earlier last year, excuse me, in March, it left us kind of scrambling. At that time, I had no idea. The only thing I knew about AQMD was that the office was closed, and that was it. So when I say we, our business continued to work toward trying to meet this deadline. But what hamstrung us, like probably most people, we went down from 5 days to 2 days, initially a week of cleaning, and we wasn't making our rent, a mortgage, our rent for the lease of the place, nor were we making any of the gas, power, water bill payments, because we were not making enough money. And it was more important to me to make sure the people who work for me got their money, because some of them had kids. They got kids, and I was more concerned about them losing their place and making sure they could eat. So I totally forgot about the deadline for the non-perk machine. And also, I didn't realize there was even an exception. I thought there was exceptions. So when I talked to other people who are part of the dry cleaning industry, like one supplier supplies equipment, they had no idea what was going on. And that particular person I really relied upon, because they helped me get my last machine on a previous case back, I think, in 2010, where at that time our existing machine did not have a secondary controller, and was able to secure a machine and get that done within 30 days of the hearing. So fast forward back, so we go through most of the year until about November, and then it comes back to we hadn't heard anything about any exceptions, what the district is going to do about the perk restrictions or perk machine restriction, anything. So I revisited the person, the supplier, and talked to her again, and she said she would try to find out for me what was going on. And so she came back and she gave me Miss Van Don's name, and said write her and ask her about the exceptions. I said, okay, cool. So I freeformed the email and sent it to her immediately. And that was, I think, in December, because all this happened around Thanksgiving. So it had to be around the 24th or 27th. I don't really remember. It was after Thanksgiving when she got back in touch with me about that. So once she gave me that information, I immediately wrote her, and I still didn't understand exactly how it worked. So she told me to go to the website and look it up, and she gave me the links to get there. And so once I got to the links and realized it was actually a process, and I just thought that if I asked for a variance, that'll just be immediately granted. I didn't realize you had to be a notice to the public or any of that stuff. So, and that's why I'm here right now, asking for an interim.
Thank you very much, Mr. Williams. Ms. Roberts, for the district, what is your opening on and your position on good cause?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. This petition is seeking an interim variance from Rule 1421's prohibition on operating our perchloroethylene or PERC dry cleaning machine after December 31st, 2020. However, unlike all of the other somewhat similar variance requests for this rule and this prohibition that the board has heard previously, this request is being considered today without notice to the public. And thus, as the chair mentioned, before reaching the 6 variance findings or the merits of this request, the board does need to determine whether or not good cause exists to proceed in the absence of public notice. The district does acknowledge that this matter is not an easy one that is before the board this afternoon. The denial of an interim variance here may cause the practical closure of this business until the regular variance hearing is heard in February if the petitioner is not able to secure a rule compliant dry cleaning machine. However, the district also acknowledges that its role is to protect public health including in the adoption of Rule 1421 and that prohibition, because that prohibition was a limit on the emissions of toxic air contaminants, including PERC. That prohibition was put into place in 2002 in order to meet the district's air toxic control plan, and it followed directly from both state and federal regulation of PERC as a hazardous and toxic air pollutant that did need to be controlled for the purpose of public health. And while this board is empowered to grant a variance or basically an exception to that prohibition where those 6 findings are made, this is ordinarily done at a fully noticed hearing where the public has an opportunity to participate and offer testimony for the board to consider before granting a variance. I bring this up because public notice is not merely a formality, but it is an important part of the process anytime the board is considering a variance from rules that are adopted to protect the public health. Accordingly, this board has adopted stringent definition for what good cause might mean. And it requires 4 separate findings that need to be made prior to considering the merits of the variance. Today, the district is going to oppose a finding of good cause to proceed in the absence of public notice for this matter, because the evidence that is known to the district is not sufficient to meet either findings 2 or 3 of the good cause guidelines. Specifically, the circumstances leading to the violation could reasonably have been anticipated in sufficient time to provide public notice for this hearing. Further, the petitioner has not exercised the diligence that this board traditionally requires in order to waive the requirement for public notice for an interim variance. The circumstances leading to the violation here are largely a result of the COVID-19 pandemic that has significantly limited petitioner's business beginning around March of 2020. The petitioner has known of the deadline for PERC machines since at least notice from the district beginning in 2019. The petition states that the business knew it would not be able to comply with the deadline in Rule 1421 by the end of Q2 of 2020. However, petitioner did not actually file this petition until the day of the deadline on December 31st, 2020. These facts and this timeline simply cannot support hearing this variance request without notice to the public under the hearing board's adopted good cause guidelines. As a result, the district is forced to take a position opposition to such a finding here. However, the district does want to emphasize that its opposition to good cause should not prejudice the petitioner's ability to seek a variance at a regular variance hearing that is fully noticed, and it will not prejudice such a hearing by the district at that time. This afternoon for the good cause portion, the district has no affirmative witnesses. However, we do have an engineering witness, Ms. Shannon Lee of our Engineering and Permitting Division, who can answer any questions that the board might have. And moreover, if this board does find good cause and does proceed to the merits, the district has submitted proposed conditions that the district believes would assist in crafting an adequate variance if the board can make the 6 findings after it proceeds to the merits. Thank you.
Thank you for your opening, Ms. Roberts. With that, Mr. Williams, I'm going to go back to you. And if there's additional testimony you wish to give or any additional evidence you'd like to give with regard to the findings we need to make for good cause, go ahead and do that now, and then we'll also ask questions.
Look, I'm looking for the email that I originally sent out to see what date it was. I think it was beginning of December.
Would you like a minute or two to?
Let me see. I'm looking for it now as we speak. Josephine, Catherine, Van Dam. Where's this at? Oh, Jesus. Okay.
We can also go off the record, Mr. Williams, if you need a few minutes.
I guess I will. Let me see. December. Hold on. Oh, it's the second. I'm sorry. Wrong days. 2 seconds. Here we go. Okay. What I got back from the South Coast was from, I talked to Kathy Voorhees, I guess. And so she was the second person that actually told me what I needed to do to get the variance filed properly. I'm not claiming that ignorance is a just cause, but in this particular case, I just didn't know. And then when we talked, it was actually Christina Voorhees is the name. She looked over the application. She says, you know what, you're not going to be able to get an interim variance or hearing this soon. So we're going to schedule, the closest I can get you scheduled is in February. So that's how it came about. So I didn't even have a hearing as of today at that particular time. She called me back a day or two later, or sometimes.
Can you hear me, Mr. Williams? Who?
Yeah.
So what we know, who are you? You were speaking with someone named Kathy Voorhees.
No, Christina Voorhees, Voorhees.
With the district?
Yes.
Do you know who that person is at the district?
According to here, she's a senior office assistant. Oh my God. Wrong person. That was the billing person. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Take your time.
Okay, I just saw the title. Oh God. But anyway, I forget the lady's name, like who it was Rosalinda Diaz. That was her name. That's who I talked to. Okay. And that's who scheduled my hearings.
You spoke to the clerk. You called the clerk when you realized that you needed to get a variance. Is that what?
You're right. Basically, yes.
Okay, and go ahead and without saying names, please. We understand you spoke with the clerk's office, and go on.
Okay, and it was there when initially I talked to her, and we talked about the hearing dates and what was opening and how late I was or tardy about submitting this to try to get on the docket in the first part of the year. So initially she did give me a February date. And then I think maybe a day later, 2 days later, she came back and she said, I can get you in on the 12th. Are you willing to take? And I said, yes, I will. So that's why I'm here today.
Oops, sorry.
No problem.
Anything else before I turn it over to Ms. Roberts for questions?
No, shoot.
Okay. Ms. Roberts, questions for Mr. Williams?
Thank you. Mr. Williams, I believe you said that you are the general manager with Superior Cleaners. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us how long you've been with Superior Cleaners in that position?
6 years. This will be my 7th year.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And have you been in the dry cleaning business prior to that?
No.
Okay. Do you know how long Superior Cleaners has been in business?
Since 94.
Since 94?
1994. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And could you remind us what city is your business actually located in?
Los Angeles.
Los Angeles. Okay. And is your business generally speaking in a commercial area or more of a residential area?
Both.
Both?
Both.
Do you know if it's nearby any schools or?
Yes. Yes,
yes,
less than a half a mile where my kids go to school at, used to anyway. Yeah. Okay. Less than a half a mile.
Less than half a mile. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And can you tell us just generally about the business that Superior cleans? Do they have, how many perk machines? Let's start there. Does Superior currently have?
One.
Does it have any other cleaning machines?
No.
Yeah. Do you only do perk dry cleaning, or does Superior have any other business?
Perk.
Okay.
Perk dry cleaning.
Okay, so you don't do any kind of alteration or pressing or anything of that nature?
No, I sourced it out. We have a guy that has his own business, so he does our tailoring for us. And then like any leather and this stuff, there's another guy that does that. We source it out too. and laundry. We used to have, Batson's dry cleaners that was about maybe a mile, 2 miles away. And they went out of business about a year and a half ago after 103 years in business because demographics, they just couldn't keep the business open anymore. So we kind of dropped the laundry part of it, basically.
Okay. Do you know when Superior first obtained their current perk machine?
Yeah, I was part of that. Like I said, I think it was 2010. I don't really remember. That's a case that's associated with that. I'm pretty sure it should be in the record, but I just can't remember. I want to say it was 2010, but don't hold me to it.
Okay. Does October of 2011 sound familiar?
Oh yeah, that's it. October does. I mean, 2011. You said 2011. That's sure. But, yeah.
Okay. And so when we're referring to a case, do you recall that being a case before this hearing board of the South Coast AQMD?
Yes.
Okay. And so that was a separate matter, not related to the current rule in 1421. But do you recall that was also related to 1421 and the perk machine about primary versus secondary controls?
That part, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just so to remind the board, do you recall, were you actually the person who represented Superior Cleaners at that hearing?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. So you were with Superior Cleaners in 2011 then to represent them in that case?
Well, it was kind of like I dropped my kids off to school. My in-laws live right around the corner from the school. They said, hey, we got to go down to AQMD for a hearing. Could you drive us? I said, okay. So it was not until I got in the place and actually looked at the documentation they had, I realized, oh my God, this is what's going on. And at that particular time, I asked for a delay so I can get prepared for it. They gave me 1 week to prepare for it. And I came back and represented them.
Okay. And so as a result of that hearing, do you recall that Superior Cleaners ultimately, to get into compliance, obtained a different perk machine?
Yep, we did.
In 2011?
Yep.
Do you recall if that was a new perk machine, or do you recall if you purchased it?
It was used. It was used.
Machine? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So do you know approximately how old it was, either when you purchased it or currently?
No, I did not. I mean, I'm pretty sure they told us, but I don't remember now. But I know it's used. So.
Okay, that's fine. And so turning back to this prohibition under Rule 1421, that says that perk machines can't be used after December 31st, 2020. When did you first become aware of that requirement?
Probably 2018, probably latter part of 2018. I know for sure 2019 I knew about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So somewhere between 2018 and 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And what was Superior's initial plan to be able to comply with that prohibition? Did the cleaners plan to replace the machine?
Yes, that was the idea. Yes. Well, when we was going to do it we hadn't decided, and so I thought that maybe going into we'll get it in 2020 before. I mean, 2020 before the deadline. That 12 months wasn't more than enough time to secure a machine, considering that the last time like I said, what you just pointed out, in 2011, we got one in 30 days. So I wasn't really concerned about getting a machine. Well, I was more concerned about making sure we had enough money to pay for the machine. And then the pandemic hit. So then that just shot everything to heck at that moment. And then my focus was more keeping the cleaners open than anything else. So the machine being on the frontal lobe, it didn't. I just figured that somewhere down the line there was going to be an exception that I can take advantage of down the road. And that's what my thought process was.
Okay. And so in your petition and in your answers earlier, you mentioned that at the start of the pandemic, which was around March of 2020, that the business started suffering losses. Is that right?
Absolutely.
Um,
Absolutely.
And can you just describe for us, how did those losses specifically affect your ability to comply with the deadline?
Financially was the issue. I was having problems trying to pay my employees a high enough salary to pay their bills. So even if I didn't have the money was coming out my savings, me and my wife's savings, to make sure we can keep the doors open. So we actually fell in debt on the rent, and we fell on the utilities because we just want to make sure. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I understand. Thank you for that. So can you walk us through the timeline of I believe your petition, you said somewhere around Q2 of 2020, when you kind of knew you wouldn't be able to meet the 1421
Right.
rule deadline.
But the thought process was that in March, at the time, what we knew was that, the pandemic probably subsiding by the time the third quarter begins. So July ends the second quarter, or no, that's the start of the third quarter, right? So that's when I realized, oh man, this is not getting any better. Actually, I think Gavin Newsom even put more stricter guidelines in during that time. So we went back, instead of us building back up, we never were able to get back up to where we needed to be because of what was going on around us.
Okay. And so starting from that point, from that Q2, so like the end of June, July standpoint, could you walk us through kind of what was your process from that standpoint of, you knew you wouldn't be able to meet the deadline? What were the steps that you took?
Steps. Oh, you asked for in reference to what? I'm sorry.
So I think you mentioned that you got in touch with the district in December, I believe, right? You contacted.
Yes. Oh yeah. Okay.
So could you just connect those dots for us between the end of June, start of July to December?
Just where your focus is us just trying to keep the doors open. I mean, when it was other things that was going on, because we bought this cleaners from somebody else, and the equipment is the original equipment it was back then, whenever it was in '94, right? So we have like mechanical issues on a regular basis. So there's always something going on. So with that, I wasn't even thinking that there was a exception. I didn't think this district even had exceptions. Let me just be honest, truthful with you. I didn't hear of any. I went over to the website and I didn't even know they call it a variance. I'm looking for the word exception. So I assumed they didn't have exception. So we was going to handle it when we got closer to as it went on. And then when it got down to, like I said, around Thanksgiving, I was like, man, usually I would have saw something from the district that's saying, hey, you can do this, or blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay. So that's when I got in touch with my supplier again and said, hey, have you heard anything?
Okay. Do you recall seeing any, do you know if the district sent any notices to you in 2020 about the deadline?
Yes, I know the one I did get, and that was, well, hold on. Let me see. The only one I saw, I received, or I got, it was dated, the office date was dated December 18th. And I got it on the 21st of December. However, by that time I already knew from talking to the supplier, my rep, the supplier rep, was that there was some exception. And if I had the email, I was trying to look for the email so I can pull it up, because I even asked for exception. I didn't even ask for a variance. So my original email to Van Doan, she should have a copy of the air quality specialist, which show you read through it and says, hey, he's asking for an exception. And he doesn't even know we have variances type of thing. And that's when she came back and said, hey, Ken, you got to go over here, look under here, and you'll find what you're looking for.
Okay. And so is that email that you're talking about when you reach out to the district, was that the first time you contacted anybody at the district?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
and that was in December or late November, you think?
Probably like December 2nd or something. Let me see. Hold on. Yeah, it's the first part of December, literally, like single digits, like 1 through 9.
Okay, so the first part of December, and that was the first time you contacted the district?
Directly, yes.
Okay. And so I believe you did mention, talked a little bit that the perk machine is basically right now the company's only business. I believe you and we spoke earlier this week about this upcoming hearing. Is that right?
Yes.
And you mentioned to us whether or not is your company currently accepting and running the perk machine, accepting clothes?
No.
No.
Nope. I turn them on at the door, tell me to go somewhere else.
Okay. And has that impacted your business thus far? Because you can't accept any perk clothes for cleaning at this time?
Yes, absolutely.
And how is that impacted? Because one of the findings that the hearing board is looking at is what is the adverse impacts to your business? So I just want to make sure that I understand this is a difficult topic to understand what are the impacts of if this variance is.
Well,
and just to put a time frame on it, for good cause, we're looking at now through February 18th, when we could otherwise hear at a noticed hearing. So just to frame it before you answer, go on.
Okay, I'm confused.
So I apologize for that confusion. What we're asking, we are looking for in terms of the finding is what are the adverse impacts that if this variance is not granted today and you have to wait to come back until February, how does that impact your business? Meaning you will not have a variance to operate your perk machine until at the earliest February.
You're just trying to, well, actually nothing. We're just trying to wait it out. My guys are not working. And I come here because we have clothes that people hadn't picked up. So I want to make sure they get their clothes. So that's why I'm still opening it up every day, but I don't run the machine.
Okay. So is it fair to say that effectively, other than to return clothes that have already been cleaned, effectively right now the business is shut down?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you have employees who are not working as a result.
Yes.
Approximately how many employees?
1, 2, 3. It's 3. It was 3 active, 4 here and there.
Okay, thank you.
Mm.
And so I think those are all my questions as far as good cause.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, anyone like to begin with questions? Ms. Verdugo-Peralta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Williams. Thank you for appearing before us and answering our questions. I wanted to understand if you understood the difference between a perk machine and what would be required of a new machine. Did you understand the difference and why?
Yes. I kind of got. Yeah,
Okay.
I think so. Yes.
Okay, that one was toxic, and that was the reason we were getting rid of it, or
Right.
asking the
Absolutely.
industry to get rid of it. Okay, great.
Yeah.
And when you're using the word exception, what did you mean by that exactly?
Oh, I thought maybe, at least in my limited thinking of it, was that since we were dealing with a pandemic and was something we never experienced at least not in my lifetime, and the hardship that brought to just small businesses alone, that I would think the district looked at it the same way.
Okay.
Because you had, and then I mean, we're one of the lucky few to stay open, but that had a lot to do with me personally financing it out of my savings account, not because we was doing great business during the pandemic.
Okay, but there was nothing, that was just an assumption that you made. There was nobody who had told you that there was an exception. Okay.
Right. Correct.
Okay. Now, who exactly owns the business? Are they your in-laws that own the
Yeah.
business?
Me in-laws, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you're operating it for them?
Yes.
Okay. And how many, prior to the pandemic, how many employees did you have?
Prior to the pandemic, the same number of employees, three, 4, depending on how many loads we get on certain times of the year.
Okay. And how many, well, you said the business has closed completely, so nobody at all is working. So you have no revenue coming in, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you were using your personal finances to keep the business afloat?
Yes.
All right. All right. Now the supplier that you are talking about, is that the supplier for the perk?
No.
It's
No.
it's an
They
equipment
actually
supplier?
sell dry cleaning machines.
Okay.
Yeah.
And have they given you an estimate? Have you asked them for a proposal?
Yes, they did. That was the one I think I submitted with my
Yes.
paperwork.
Yes. Okay. And how close do you think you are to being able to purchase that new machine?
Not even close. Well, I take it back. That's not true. If I take a second mortgage on my house, I'll probably be able to purchase it.
And is that what you're planning on doing?
Well, that was one of the options. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, before we go into compliance, I just want to make sure we're staying on good cause. And if you feel this goes to good cause, then continue.
I just want to know that. Yeah. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, yeah, that was one of the options I discussed with my wife. If we couldn't get finances to do traditional ways, we'd possibly take another mortgage on the house. But we was hoping that by this time again, that'll give us a good indication how the business was going to fare post-pandemic. Of course, we're still in it. So that was the decision we was trying to make.
When you're saying traditional ways, what did you mean by going to the bank and asking them for?
Yeah, asking the bank for money. The same ones that didn't take my application when the pandemic initially got started. Yeah, that bank.
Okay, that's all I had for now. Thank you.
Board members, other questions towards the good cause findings? I had questions. I did have the question of who owned the business, but that was answered. Can you tell us why you testified and you mentioned that, did we lose him? I think we've lost Mr. Williams.
Yeah.
Okay.
Williams.
All right, we're just gonna have to see what happened to Mr. Williams. Remember, stay tuned. See if he
I
touched.
believe he was having trouble earlier this morning. He was doing kind of a similar thing of popping in and out.
Oh, is that why he wasn't present at the beginning of the hearing?
Yes, I believe so.
Let's see if we can get him back. Perhaps, Madam Clerk, if you don't, would you mind trying to call him and seeing if he's having trouble and lunch break, if that was the deal. Is that your dogs, Dr. Bernstein?
I was going to ask a question. I forgot to.
Mr. Williams,
we're kind of on break. We're waiting to see if we can.
Oh, there he is. Mr. Williams, the dropped
Oh,
off manager.
yeah. Wait. Okay. You see that, Teresa?
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
That's
So
okay.
we see you back, Mr. Williams.
I noticed you were missing it when I went to go back. Okay. My question is that you had testified that you knew about the rule in 2019 and at the beginning of the year before the pandemic. And that, as the pandemic unfolded, you shifted to something else. But and you had a lot of assumptions in terms of perhaps there would be an exception, et cetera. Did you think about contacting the district or seeing what your options were prior to December when you contacted? And who is, you said Miss Van Doe? That's an air quality specialist with AQMD?
Yes.
So the question is, why not reach out to the AQMD, either through the website or calling to see what your options might be?
It never occurred to me once. It was kind of like driven by what I would listen to, what was going around me, meaning that the business was closed and they were working from remote sites. So I didn't even think about even remote. It didn't even never crossed my mind, to be honest with you, just never. And like I said, my thought process was driven by other inputs that was surrounding me.
Okay, but
So
knowing that there was this December 31st, 2020 deadline,
mm.
didn't feel that you needed to make sure or make certain as to what your options were before December. Is that?
That's fair enough to say. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
And why did you wait until December 31st, which was, you must have known, let's step back. Even if early December was the first time you contacted the district, you knew you'd be out of compliance by December 31st. Is that correct? At least by that point, you knew.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. What did you think might happen when December 31st occurred?
I was going to have to shut down. I had already made the decision based on the timing of everything, because there was other things that was going on personal. And it was busy. We was actually really busy doing from Thanksgiving all the way up till we shut down, on the Christmas Eve and even to New Year's. So business was just busy and booming, and I lost track.
So business has been good.
Only for the holidays. It was just for the holiday. We have a uptick during the holidays, typically.
You mentioned the proposal that's part of your petition, the proposal from Kajiwara Equipment Company.
Yes.
And the date of it is October 30th, 2020. So can you tell us about that? And so why did you seek a proposal on October 30th?
Because I needed to handle. It's kind of like, it's like whatever's in front of you, you just kind of deal with what's in front of you. And so it was, I guess, I don't know, I could have, it could have hit me, crossed my mind. And then at that time I said, hey, let me get in touch with the rep and see what's out there and see what it's going to cost. Because there's under my, I was thinking that if it's within this ballpark figure, that I could probably go ahead and purchase it, and even have to have some down days until I get it installed, then that's what is going to happen. And then when I saw the pricing of it, I'm like, oh wow, okay. I don't have that type of money right now. I'm gonna have to work on it. So then by that time, that's when I was like looking at trying to get the alternatives down and stuff. Then that was when the exception thing came up.
Okay. The exception thing came up. You mean you started hearing or thinking?
No, meaning that's what flipped back in my mind. Like, what's plan B? What's plan C? What's plan D?
Okay, so around October 30th, in the beginning of November, you saw the price, you thought, what's the plan B? And you thought about exception. So why not pursue at that point, what are the exceptions that might be available?
Like, it's okay. Like, my thought process is not quite linear. It depends on what's like. Okay, like I wear like several different hats. Besides being an operator, I'm a father of 3 teenagers. They got remote schooling, so I gotta make sure they get that done. It could have been a whole list of things. It just didn't slip. It slipped my mind. Okay. And with everything, like I said, with everything else going, because I'm still having equipment breakdowns and stuff like that. I had to go check my records and stuff, but it was something like was going every day. It was something different. So it kind of slipped my mind, because I was thinking that AQMD was going to put this commercial on Spectrum news channel and say, hey, perk users, we're gonna grant you like this thing because of the pandemic. But I mean, it sounds like it's made up, but that's actually what I thought I would hear like this mass communication thing from somewhere. So like the vaccine rollout, they felt so horrible right now is because there's no central focus in getting it out. It's just not. And so why would I think AQMD? I thought, hell, if the government can't get it right, and that's the federal government, why would I think AQMD was doing the same, but we could get it right? I just never thought about going back to AQMD to look on the website. So I asked other people who I know was tied to the industry that might know. And that's what my thought process was. And I mean, I'm not saying it was wrong. I'm not going to defend it. I was wrong, but that's what I thought.
Okay, fair enough. Those are my questions. Okay. Board members, anyone else have questions for Mr. Williams on good cause?
Mr. Williams, did you have an inspection in 2019? Did you recall?
I think so. Yeah, I did. Probably back in April.
And did the inspector at that time mention about the phase out of PERC to you? Do you recall?
No, what I remember, I was out of compliance with my the PERC education certificate, and I was trying to. That's the only thing I kind of remember. I got written up for that, and did I get written up in anything? I know I got written. It was one other violation, but it was a minor violation. But I don't remember. But I kind of remember he was harping about my training certificate. That's the only thing I kind of remember about it.
But you were aware at that time that the phase out of the use of PERC by the end of last year.
Yes. I mean, if it was in April, probably not. Probably more like close to the end of the year. Somebody reminded me, one of my guys who was asking about a machine and what we're gonna do. So it probably wasn't then when when the inspector came down there. It was more like to say that he saw some things. He discussed them with me. He said I had so many days to correct. If not, then he'll have to write me up. That's what I remember.
You testified, Mr. Williams, that I think in 2011, maybe you attended a variance hearing, similar hearing at the AQMD. So didn't that jog your memory about the hearing board and the process and what you need? And
well, I don't want to be honest, truth with you. This is deja vu. I didn't want to be back in front of you guys. That's for sure. So, is that what you're implying? The first time around was rough, so I figured the second time was going to be just as rough. But but my plan was not to be in front of you. That's for sure.
But there was an option. Were you aware of that was an option to do that in a timely manner? I mean, before, the deadline.
Oh yeah, I guess I didn't know, and then once I realized it after the fact, I mean, I can't get those days back and say, oh, I should have done it earlier. I just didn't. I mean, I don't have no justification for it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Board members, any other questions for Mr. Williams on good cause? Senator. And you are muted, Senator.
Oh.
Mr. Williams.
Yes, sir.
Did you receive any documentation from the district regarding, first of all, you have a permit to operate, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as one of those businesses that have a permit to operate, anytime between April and June of 2019, did you receive a correspondence from the district informing you that you have to be in compliance with 1421?
Probably, yeah. I would assume yes.
And you got a reminder?
Yes.
You got a reminder on April 4th. No, I'm sorry. Reminder on September 4th, 2020. Is that correct? In the mail.
Probably did. I didn't see that one,
Who?
but I'm not saying it didn't. I'm just saying
I
it
understand,
probably
but my
came to the
question is,
cleaners.
if you don't get the mail, who gets the mail at your business?
Who's ever there at the front when they, when the guy comes in.
Are they
And
responsible?
they probably gave me the mail and stuff. Now, whether I went through each piece of the mail, probably not.
The mail you get, does the envelope say AQMD, Ambulance Control District?
Yeah, it does. It does. It has the official logo on the envelope.
And you had some experience with AQMD early on, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Like 2011.
Yes, sir.
So wouldn't that trick your thought to have you take a look at it and say this might be something important?
Well, the last one I saw it and said, oh, let me open it up. That was back on December 21st when I received it. Mm-hmm.
December 21st.
The last one I saw, yeah.
Oh, did you receive one dated September 4th, 2020?
I'm not saying, I'm saying it did probably came here, but I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
They sent you another one in December when?
It was dated, the office date was dated December 18th, but I received it on the 21st.
So did they talk about the need for variance in that correspondence?
Just a reminder, tell me if I wasn't compliant, I would have to shut down.
You shut down. When did you learn that you could perhaps get a variance and continue to operate until you can pay a debt for it?
I was already aware of it by that time, and I had already started making the inroads to correct it, to put one in.
My question was, when did you learn that you could get a variance?
December, the first part of December.
Not before then, huh?
Well, like I said, I talked to one of my suppliers about it, and she had gave me Miss Van Doon's name to write a letter to, and I did at that time. I want to say it was the first part of December when I wrote that letter to her, and then she immediately responded and said, Mr. Williams, you need to go out to the AQMD site and follow these links, and you need to print this paperwork out and fill it out and get it back to us.
When was that?
First part of December, like no later than say the 15th of December.
Okay, well, you had an inspector visit your business, is that correct?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I missed the question. So
an inspector came out to visit your business. You were told in a letter that an inspector would be dropping by. Did an inspector ever drop by and look at your business?
When was this supposed to happen?
Anytime you can remember.
Well, the last time I saw the inspector, it had to be around the March 2019 time frame.
That's about it, yeah, according to this document. So, this letter corresponds between April and June of 2019. Inspector would probably drop by. What did they say anything regarding conditions to continue to operate using the 1421?
No, that wasn't discussed. Listen, I don't have any recall that it was discussed. I'm not going to say he didn't. I just don't remember that conversation.
What can you remember that they discussed with you?
About my training certificate. That seemed like it was a big deal.
Say it again, I'm sorry.
It was a training certificate. It had expired.
How often are you required to train?
I think every 3 years.
Were you cited for not having?
I got rolled up. Yes, sir.
What'd you do in response to that?
I had to go immediately to class. and get certified again.
So you have your certificate?
Yes, I do.
How you propose to get into compliance?
I'll be able to buy a machine.
You plan to buy one of these machines?
Yes, sir.
When and how you propose to pay for it?
May I stop that there, because that's more appropriate if we get to the second part of the hearing, if we get to the merits. Is that okay, Senator?
Okay by me.
We'll get to it. If we find good
In my
cause,
district, so I know where you are.
if we get to good cause, then we can ask those questions in the merits. Do you have any other questions for good cause? Any other questions, Senator? On good cause? You all hear me?
Yes, I can. I have a question.
Senator, can you hear me? Did you have any other questions on good cause?
No.
No, okay. Dr. Bernstein, you have questions on good cause?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Williams. Thank you for coming in today. Mr. Williams, I just want to clarify from my own accord, when exactly did you become aware regarding Rule 1421? It states in the petition that you became aware at the end of the second quarter of 2020.
Yes.
Earlier testimony states that you became aware at the end of 2018 or early 2019.
Okay. Reminders.
Pardon me?
Reminder. Like it's not on top of my frontal lobe. You know, somebody brings something to you in 2018 that's been since 2002. Once they actually put the rule out, you know, maybe it's my bad habit waiting to the last minute doing things, but that's probably what it was due to, because I forgot about it until that was brought back to my attention recently.
So in your mind, there was some awareness at the end of 2018, the beginning of 2019, but due to all of us being busy and whatnot and trying to run a business and juggle a family, you actually became aware of it again at the end of the second quarter in 2020.
Correct. Because I was expecting, there's two things that triggered it. The pandemic was still raging or about to go into another quarantine. And was something else, something to do with the cleaners here, something to do with that machine downstairs, my machine downstairs not working. That's probably what triggered it. But yes, it did come. Then I realized, hey, you know what? This is the pandemic's not going anywhere. And how much money did I want to pour into an existing machine to get me out through the year, and when I'm required to switch it out? That was the thought process.
Okay. And what is the current usage of the machine? How many pounds of clothing are run through the machine at this time on a daily basis, or what per week?
Was about 160 pounds. Pre-pandemic, 400 pounds.
So currently about 160 pounds per week?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No more questions. Thank you very much.
Senator, more questions on good cause?
Yeah, I just look at the declaration. I didn't recall the 2018 date at all.
The declaration.
In the declaration, it says.
That's not a part of this record.
I know, but please, ma'am.
Well, but it's not a part of this record.
Just to set the record straight, I think it's important.
Okay, but please don't refer to something that's not in this record as evidence.
Well, all right, it's not in the record. So sometime between April and June of 2019, when you supposed to receive an inspector at your place, was it 2019, or was it 2018?
The inspector?
Yeah.
I think it was 2019.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, if there's no other questions for Mr. Williams, I know, Ms. Roberts, you mentioned that you have no affirmative witnesses on good cause.
That's correct.
Okay. Then I'm going to turn Mr. Williams to you right now. If there's anything, if you want to give us a closing statement, sum it up, or anything that you haven't told us yet, just go ahead and tell us in the closing statement, and then I'll turn to Ms. Roberts.
It's just, there's only one person to blame for the situation is me. So waiting till the last minute, it came back and bite me in the butt. So I'm at the mercy of you guys. So whatever you guys decide, that's what it is. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Williams. Ms. Roberts, your closing on good cause.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The evidence that has been heard this afternoon is that this facility has known of the deadline for PERC machines in Rule 1421 since at least 2018 to 2019. While this facility did have a plan to comply with that provision of Rule 1421 by purchasing a machine in 2020, that became impossible due to the COVID-19 pandemic starting around March of 2020. The testimony today is that by the end of June of 2020, the petitioner knew that the facility would be unable to meet the deadline of December 31st as a result of financial hardship from the pandemic. However, the testimony is also that the petitioner did not contact the district until early December of 2020 and did not actually submit this petition seeking a variance until December 31st of 2020. The petitioner has submitted testimony today that he did not know of the process for a variance. However, you have also heard testimony and have evidence that this petitioner has actually been before this board previously. And while that was a separate matter relating to a different provision of Rule 1421, that prior experience did provide the petitioner familiarity not only with Rule 1421 and the requirements by the South Coast AQMD, but specific familiarity with this hearing board. On this evidence that has been heard today, the district does oppose a finding of good cause. The evidence presented and the timeline between when the petitioner could have anticipated, as the guidelines state, and in fact here on the evidence did know that it would be unable to comply with the rule, was sufficient for the petitioner to have made a petition in time for a fully noticed public hearing. However, the petitioner did not submit the petition until well past when this matter could have been noticed. And as a result, that is insufficient to meet either finding 2 or finding 3 of the good cause findings that are required. In the absence of meeting those 2 findings of good cause, this board should not proceed to the merits at this time. And while the district does want to reemphasize that this finding of good cause or a lack of good cause today should not prejudice the petitioner's hearing upcoming in February, that on a fully noticed hearing will not have to meet these good cause findings. And so the merits of the hearing can be heard another and separate day to consider whether or not this facility should be granted a variance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Board members, I'm going to share screen again with the good cause findings. Is that what I have shown? I just want to make sure I have the right document with regard to the interim variance good cause findings. And that doesn't include our guidelines, which we should also talk about as well. But remember, at this point, our deliberations are over whether notice should have been given to the public, which is so, as I think Ms. Roberts stated it very well, so very important, especially when we're dealing with toxic air contaminants, or whether we have been able to find good cause for these 4 findings, evidence for these 4 findings today to proceed in absence of that notice to the public. And given that, would anyone like to begin? And if you wish to begin, I see Mr. Balagopalan. I can't see all board members, so I'm going to start with Mr. Balagopalan. And otherwise, just shout it out if you want to be heard after that.
Yeah, I think it's very difficult in this situation to find good cause. I think the petitioner knew about the deadline, and I think, as you mentioned, there were other things on he had to take care of, and this slipped till the very end. And so I think the diligence in filing clearly has not been demonstrated in the absence of public notice to have the hearing. So I don't believe I can find good cause because of the diligence in filing. While he knew about it, but he was late in filing. I think when he found out that the scheduled hearing was in February, then I think he looked at maybe doing an earlier one and trying to get the interim variance hearing, but that's without public notice. So, I think it's unfortunate, and I think he was expecting some kind of announcement or something saying that the agency has waived all the requirements, but I don't think that was something he should have expected. Anyway, I cannot find good cause because he was not diligent in filing.
Thank you. Other thoughts? If not, then I can say I also, first of all, I do very much empathize with Mr. Williams and what he said. This is a really tough time, and it's definitely understandable that things can get slipped, especially when you have 3 teenagers doing remote school. I have 1, and I can't imagine having 3. And I definitely can feel, and I think I relate to Mr. Williams. However, it is so vital that we do have public notice, especially when we're dealing with toxic air contaminants like PERC. And so it is very important that we only allow hearings where in those very slim situations where good cause can be found. And I agree that diligence cannot be found in filing for all the reasons Mr. Balagopalan said. And I would say a little bit about the timeline that we heard, 2011. And I just want to be clear, I did go during this hearing, I looked back at that case. It was not a variance, just to be clear. It was an order for abatement. But it did give, but number one, it says that they were very familiar with 1421 and should probably have looked at that whole rule if they hadn't already. And also knew that this hearing board does exist and that there are procedures outside of rules. So that we knew that the petitioner should have known that. Also, petitioner did testify that in 2018, 2019, for sure knew about the deadline, received notice in 2019, possibly in September 2020, although he could not recall. By October 30th, we know that it was back on their minds again because there was a proposal, but understandably no action taken on that proposal because of lack of funds. However, at that time, it was still with sufficient time to have a noticed hearing. Learned around Thanksgiving that perhaps there would be the district something that they could do. Reached out to Ms. Van Doe at the district around December 2nd. And even if that was the point that we look at, diligence and filing in our, usually those petitioners who take days or weeks in which to file, certainly the deadline is too long and could not be considered diligence in my mind. I also wanted to talk about the other finding, which is circumstances leading to the violation could not reasonably have been avoided by petitioner or anticipated in sufficient time to provide for public notice of the variance hearing. And again, I go back to that timeline, and I think it could have been anticipated. And I want to go to our guidance as well and read the following with regard to this finding in particular. Our guidance says this language is intended to be stricter than the beyond the reasonable control of the petitioner finding or its finding. It reflects the understanding that an emergency or interim variance is appropriate to address a sudden event, such as a breakdown. If a violation can be anticipated, then there is sufficient time for the petitioner to anticipate the need for the variance and to file a variance petition in time for the noticed hearing. So I read that only because, again, I can't make an exception to that because good cause is so important. And this was certainly not a sudden event. So that's my thoughts. Any other thoughts, board members? In particular, Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, if you're raising your hand, I cannot see you. I can see Senator and Dr. Bernstein.
Yes, I was raising my hand. If I may proceed?
Yes.
Thank you. It's unfortunate that due to all of the circumstances that have already been mentioned regarding COVID, that this small business owner was not able to have the time and or the money to get the new machine within the amount of time required. I have to agree that there was knowledge of the rule, and I don't think that he realized, though, how serious it was, and that being that there was a pandemic going on, assumed that there would be some type of exception, as he said, and obviously there wasn't. It's unfortunate that he did not contact the district so that he would have been better prepared for all of this. So I agree with my fellow board members that I cannot find good cause either, unfortunately.
Any other thoughts, Senator? You want to wait to see if Mr. Williams is, you are on mute. So
Oh,
please speak.
There you go.
Yeah.
And Mr. Williams,
sir.
you heard some of the members of the board explain why they can't find good cause to proceed. Simply means that there's a date set for the regular hearings on February 18th. You fill out this petition, you put down for interim, which they suggest that you also do a regular, which means that you will be back before this board requesting a variance under the regular conditions. I know that this is strange for you, even though you were before us in 2011. But the reason why you're here in 2011 was not to ask for variance, and you may not have understood. Therefore, at this time, there was no reason for you to have understood at this time, based on what happened in 2011. You were not asking for a variance then. You did not have the problem at that point in time, nor did you were made aware there would be a problem. Although at that time, 1421 had been adopted by the district. Well, you said you didn't become aware until later on, either 2018 to 2019. So therefore, at that point in time, based on the fact that you are managing a cleaning that has a permit, then letters were sent out to you, and they should have been looked at to talk about 1421 and when it would go into effect. I always say to you that all is not lost. On February 18, you'll be back before this board again, asking for a variance, not an emergency, but under regular conditions. I know your area. I don't know if I ever met you, but I've represented that area, and I know what happens on Thanksgiving and Christmas. You say that's a lot of business. Well, on Thanksgiving, they celebrate, they get clothes clean. On Christmas, they go to church and they celebrate, so they get the clothes clean. The other time you say you were not doing well, but having represented the district, I know the lifestyle and behavior of the people that you serve in that area. And hang in there.
I can make the motion.
Would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, I have your script, so.
Okay, because, all right, that means you'll have the two that I can do.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I know you have got a lot on your plate. So in the matter of Superior Cleaners case number 5842-2, I move that we dismiss the petition for an interim variance without prejudice for failure of the board to find good cause to hold a hearing in the absence of notice to the public, specifically because the petition was not diligent in filing for the variance.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion? I saw Ms. Verdugo Peralta first, so we'll take her as the second, but I do see that it is somewhat unanimous, but is there any discussion on that motion before I call for a vote? Okay, I vote yes. Dr. Bernstein, how do you vote?
Vote to deny. I guess it's an aye for a motion.
Yes, yeah, or not. Senator Holden, how do you vote? Is that an aye?
Yes.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Ms. Verdugo Peralta, how do you vote?
I feel bad, aye.
I agree. And Mr. Balagopalan, you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. And Mr. Williams, may I say also, I think that it's a feel bad aye for all of us. And in particular, I wanted to commend you on working so hard to keep all of your employees gainfully employed. And we will look forward to, if you haven't corrected the situation, which I'm sure will not before then, seeing you in February. Good luck until then.
Thank you.
I also may add, I think, Mr. Williams, that you should be looking at the SBA loans. So with the CARES that got passed, I think there's more money in the SBA loans for businesses.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Board members, is there any other business you will have, Senator? Go ahead. You want
It's
to?
my former district and I voted no. Sorry about that.
I remember you, Councilman, District 10. That's my district.
Board members, you will have, I think you will have received a number of documents there's a lot going on with the appeal that we will be hearing beginning, I believe, in January. We'll be hearing subpoena requests and an opposition to those subpoenas. We also have a motion to disqualify that is involved, and there may be more additional motions. So you will have received a pre-hearing order that I signed recently, which will tell you what has already been set. Plus, you will have received the opening brief with regard to the disqualification motion. And soon you will be hearing and probably receiving information with regard to the subpoena requests and objections. So be on the lookout for those, and please know that you're going to be receiving a lot more and that's in booster fuels, so that you can be prepared when you receive it.
Which petitioner was that, Madam Clerk?
I don't think we've received
Yeah,
anything.
what was that again?
Oh, you haven't received it? Oh, sorry, Madam Clerk, we have not sent that out yet.
More than likely not. Now that the some of the hearing dates have been scheduled and the subpoena hearing, they will be receiving the petition and all the subsequent documents.
Okay, so the petition, and then yesterday afternoon or morning, I sent an email, and it included a number of documents, which meant or requests to please circulate a number of documents, which included the pre-hearing order, the opening brief. We're going to be getting an opening brief in the motion to disqualify, a responsive brief, and a reply brief. So we already have received the opening brief, and also not yet anything about the subpoena, but just know that will be forthcoming.
This is for booster fuels?
That is correct. And so yes, now that we know that this is all happening, for sure the petition will need to be circulated as well. I also requested during training, you may recall that we discussed appeals and that we have a very long, lengthy, well thought out decision in Fairview Farms, and that will also be recirculated just in case any training information was misplaced. And pages 9 through 11 discuss generally how this board has determined what the standard of review is in appeals. and also what the scope of the record is in appeals. So just to have that in front of you to refresh your recollection as we go through these many preliminary motions as well as the actual appeal. And it will all begin in the end of January. Okay, so any other business board members? Otherwise, we are adjourned. Yes, Mr. Velagopal.
There's something I wanted to share, but I'm not, let me know if it's appropriate or not, but it's actually a short video clip, but there was some confusion, I think, about the annual renewal of permits, what the facility gets and the actual permit. And so there was a TV show that actually had something that I wanted to share, but it's just a 2-minute clip. And I'll play it and then I'll narrate what's going on. But
Oh, you want to do that at our next meeting?
I can do it now because I think I have to share. If it's, you know.
We need to notice that as part of a meeting.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah.
Let's do that. Well, the reason why we have been canceling meetings is because how full our agenda is. And also the clerks are overwhelmed. So we're trying to not have meetings until after. So if you can hold that until
Sure.
then, that would be great. Senator, you had something else?
Oh, yes. When you swear the people in, you all say under God. Some have different religions.
Yes.
You don't see it as we do. And you should offer them the right to affirm if they don't want to say under God.
Okay.
And we need to start doing that, I think.
Swear or affirm, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point. I will do that. And
Because I'm a Buddha.
I thought I had a sticky.
I'm teasing.
I was also saying under penalty of perjury, which I'll put back in as well. Any other business? Okay, thank you all for a very excellent discussion on both matters. And we are adjourned until tomorrow. And have a nice day.
Have a good day, everybody.
Great day, everybody. See you tomorrow.